Welcome to the show. And they're racing. Russian to the wire did anything but rush out of the gate, went right back to last. Meanwhile, Miss Polo Bar flashes a really good early speed. Inside of that, This Damsel May Fly. Then it's the firster, Stolen Art, right next to the gray. After that, a recovering Russian to the wire from last to fifth to fourth to third, attempting to take the lead. Then it's AC Doocy, Spin the Moon, and Miss Piggy. Off the far turn, Miss Polo Bar trying to leave them punch drunk. Russian to the wire, last out of the gate, trying to bug Miss Polo Bar, this 4-5 favorite, as they head for home. After that, This Damsel May Fly, Stolen Art, Miss Piggy running on, 8 out of it. Into the final furlong, Miss Polo Bar calling the shots by 3. Between runners, Russian to the wire, then it's Stolen Art, but Miss Polo Bar and Bridgie have run them into the ground. 4-6-3 in the opener. And they're racing. Baby Girls off soundly and jetting off to the early lead and flashing elite early speed is Shy Shy. And Shy Shy, not shy about showing that early speed, leading by 2. Joe Casta, the firster, is in second to the outside of Tapiture's Lady. After that, we come back to Real Awesome. And Real Awesome is a good 6-7 lengths from the lead. Make it 8 now as they head into the far turn. And we nearly have 3 in a line. It's Shy Shy tugging them along by 1. Tapiture's Lady emerges into second. Joe Casta ridden hard in third. Then it's way back to Real Awesome, and they're chasing Shy Shy. And Shy Shy has caught the eye by opening up 5. Tapiture's Lady second, Joe Casta third, and now they're into the final 250. Shy Shy trying to put away Tapiture's Lady, who's giving absolutely everything she has with a football field to go. Shy Shy, Tapiture's Lady has her. Tapiture's Lady zooms by and into the winner's circle. And they're racing in the Jason Hatch Classic. A Rose and Wine at 1-5 pops out of the gate with Gate to Wire on her mind. Now challenged by Knowles Angel, and those two go 1, 2, 3.5 lengths clear from Manhattan Cherry. Then it's Criminal Record, 5 lengths from the front to the inside of Birdie Be Gone. Essential Bella beginning to run on, 8 out of it, and after that is Dreaming Biz, 10 lengths from front to back, and they approach the top of the stretch and come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Knowles Angel shades A Rose and Wine, the heavy favorite, still leads it. Criminal Record on the outside, white blinkers. Manhattan Cherry is the apple of the eye right now. Here comes Manhattan Cherry, Criminal Record, and A Rose and Wine, and now 2 battle to the line together. Ooh, too tough to call. Racing. Excellent beginning for Midship Molly from that 9 spot. Honorable Mischief with good early speed. Then it's Rockin' My Feather Boa to the inside. Right behind them, the debutante Pearl Button, about to be joined by fellow debutante battling CJ to the outside. They are 2.5 clear from Northern Bright, who is a good 9-10 lengths from the lead. And behind them is Retired Kathy and Island Jive. And into the far turn they roll, and it is Honorable Mischief kicking clear. Call 'em All is on the move to the outside and moving in quickly. Call 'em All joins the lead, and the top 2 are 5 lengths clear from Pearl Button, who is languishing. Then we come to Midship Molly, and outside of that, Northern Bright, and they head for home. And Call 'em All in tightly with Honorable Mischief, but Call 'em All has taken the lead into the final furlong. Call 'em All from Honorable Mischief. From the back of the pack, Retired Kathy. It is Call 'em All, and just one look, that's all it took for Call 'em All, who prevails. And they're racing from the center. Ms. Anna scoots off in search of the early lead. Lila's Lucky Lady has speed, and so does Fast to Fortune to the inside. And with 1 lap to go, the veteran mare Ms. Anna at 4-1 grabs the lead by 4. After that, we have Brewski about 6 lengths from the front, and Brewski is to the outside of Shabam. Then it's She's Got the Power a bit wide around the turn to the outside of Fat and Furious. And after that, we come back a length and a half to Merlin's Sister. And the field is covered by 10. Up the barn side they travel, and they're chasing Ms. Anna, who still leads it comfortably. That lead is 3. Ms. Anna from Fast to Fortune. Lila's Lucky Ladies creeping in. After that, Shabam to the inside of Brewski. Brewski's under an all-out drive. She's Got the Power. 8 out of it to the inside of Fat and Furious, and the white horse is Merlin's Sister, begging for the light of day. Fast to Fortune has jumped Ms. Anna, and Fast to Fortune makes a big move on Ms. Anna, and said duo is 5 lengths clear from Lila's Lucky Lady. Then we come to Shabam, and She's Got the Power, and they head for home. Ms. Anna, Fast to Fortune, they're locked in battle. Outside of that, Lila's Lucky Lady at 13-1, looking to be the lucky charm. Behind them is Shabam. Fast to Fortune. Here comes Lila's Lucky Lady, and Lila's Lucky Lady wins. And they're racing. Anne Ali, in her quest for 2 in a row at 7-1, immediately strikes the front. Anne Ali from Ma France, the Irish, is currently second, and about 2 lengths from an increasingly faster early pace. Anne Ali kicks away by 2. After that, we come to Summer Fireflies, attempting to win 3 in a row. That one is to the inside of Boardwalk Queen, beginning to advance, doing so a bit wide, but right in the thick of it, Boardwalk Queen is on the move. Then we come back to Cali Bally. Cali Bally has given way to Ma France, and Cali Bally is 6 lengths from the front and about 7 clear from Willow My Girl and also Countess of Cairo, and they are now about 10 lengths from the front. They have 3.5 to go. Anna Lee still in charge. Anna Lee leads it by a neck. Summer Fireflies trying to keep up with Anna Lee, who rebreaks and opens up by 2. Anna Lee cruising along like she means business. After that, Morg's World beginning to close into the inside. Rider has the Lime Silks. That's it for Boardwalk Queen doing the moonwalk, and they head for home chasing the red hot Anna Lee. Morg's World heads to the outside and attacks Anna Lee, and these two are locked in battle into the final 150. Up goes Morg's World. Anna Lee giving her best, but her best is second best, and the People's Choice Morg's World wins it running away. And they're racing. Stomping Moon comes stomping out of the gate very quickly. Harleezy, with the rider looking for 3 victories, grabs the lead, and it's Harleezy putting the nose in front, but now Alakazaba, the Irish, revs up around the corner, and with 3/4 of a mile to travel, it's Alakazaba taking the lead, threatening to run away, and the pace intensifies. The field is well strung out. 15 covers them. Briartown angled to the outside, about 6 from the front, and the same margin clear from Unstoppable Force. That one is joined by PR Call Me Maybe, who's on the move, and Charismo is last in double digits out of it. Up the barn side they travel, heading into the far turn. Alakazaba leads it 1.5. Harleezy still right there. Stomping Moon sequestered. Behind them, Briartown coming under a ride, but advancing 4 out of it, and about 5 lengths clear from PR Call Me Maybe. Unstoppable Force is not living up to the name, and the one in last is Charismo. Around about the quarter pole, now we have a 2-pronged battle, and up goes Harleezy. And Harleezy at 14-1, trying to make it look easy at a fat price. Stomping Moon heads to the outside. After that, we come back to Alakazaba, tired on the inside. Likewise for Briartown, and between runners, PR Call Me Maybe. It is Harleezy pounding away in upset fashion. Harleezy and Adamar Santos, they're home and cooled out. Harleezy wins. That's a triple for Santos. And they're racing. Fast beginning for Magnet and Steel, but that lead has been ceded, and now taking over is Crocodile Hunter by an inch. Whistler is flying out of the gate in search of that lead, and inside Mr. Muldoon. And those 3 line up with 5 furlongs to run. My Crazy Neighbor tracks just to the outside of Lolo's Laughter. Inside of that, Happy Dancer. That's part of the second trio, chasing the top 3, where the leader is Crocodile Hunter, perhaps by an inch. After that, we come back to Magnet and Steel, and the one in last is Irish Dawn, 8 lengths from the lead. They approach the top of the stretch. Mr. Muldoon does the moonwalk. Crocodile Hunter kicks on, and so does Whistler. After that, we come back to My Crazy Neighbor, still plugging away and running away from the stablemate Lolo's Laughter. Crocodile Hunter, the one to catch. Crocodile Hunter, the one to beat. Whistler is going the wrong way. After that, My Crazy Neighbor, and then between them is Happy Dancer. It is Crocodile Hunter way on his game tonight, and Crocodile Hunter prevails. Put a Q around the eighth. It is 6-8-2. And they're racing, and Reckoning Day comes out very, very speedily. Not so much for Boat Song, already a good 8 lengths out of it. And Hap Hot has really hot early speed, and Hap Hot grabs the lead to the inside of Macho Rocco. Reckoning Day tracks about 4 lengths from the front and to the outside of Violent City. That one's beginning to advance 5 lengths from the front and to the inside of a recovering Boat Song. The one back in last is Outrun 'em, but only 8 lengths from the front. Into the far turn they go. Number 1 is Numero Uno, but that lead is being ceded, and Macho Rocco's on the move. So is Reckoning Day, and Reckoning Day at 2-1, attempting to win for a 7th consecutive time, is joining the lead. Boat Song is right behind them, watching a good one from 4 out of it, and they head for home, and it's Macho Rocco, the white horse, to the inside, but the blur outside of him is the razor sharp Reckoning Day, and Reckoning Day runs away by 3. Macho Rocco is next, then we come to Outrun 'em, but this is Reckoning Day finding 7th heaven. He has won 7 consecutive times.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Caitlin Vidstead leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast and the turf course is firm. If you get your programs ready, we'll go over the changes on today's 9-race card. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all clean. No changes in the post-time pick 4. In fact, only one race with scratches today, and it's right in the middle of the card. Race 5. Race 5, scratch 4, run today. 5, smooth scat. 7, new dice. Race 5, take out 4, 5, and 7 with those scratches. No superfecta in the 5th. Races 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all clean. No changes. It's fast and firm. We've got dogs. Yes, it's our Bark in the Park Championship after race 3. 3 different breeds will race, and after race 5, we will have our championship. Up next, Jeff Madej and his very special guest, Chris Mers, with everything going on here at Canterbury Park.
Well, thank you, Kevin. That's right. Here we are in the First Bet studio. Jeff Madej, joined by Chris Mers. He's the Senior Director of Racing Operations here at Canterbury Park. He's enjoying his first season at Canterbury. Chris, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Jeff.
Yeah, now today we've got a 9-race card. 5 of them are on the turf. You've made a concerted effort to use the turf more. I assume that we're, as far as average races per day, we're probably ahead of last year?
Yeah, right now we're ahead of last year. Our goal for this year was really to expand our turf racing. That's kind of been the trend in North American racing the last 10 years. So we came here, and that was our goal this year, to really be on pace for 200 races on the turf, and we're certainly going to get to that point this year.
Yeah, I think our turf course has really held up, and it's been a tough summer. There has not been a lot of rain. There's been a lot of heat. I don't know what kind of I'll tell you, it doesn't look like my lawn, and I don't even walk on my lawn. But so I don't know how Kevin Cole has kept that thing in the shape that it is. It's a good mix of fescue and Kentucky bluegrass, I guess. I don't know, but he really has done quite a job keeping that turf course in what I think is excellent shape.
Yeah, between him, his team, and Javier's expertise, who has 45 years of experience in the business, they've really put together a great program for fertilizer, and what they've done this year with how we've been in a drought for the most part, and how they've been able to keep the turf course so green and great condition. They've done an incredible job.
I do think that's underappreciated. You know, if it rains, we come off the turf. A lot of us handicappers up here in the press box, especially, will grumble. There's a lot that we don't know, and I think a lot that racing fans don't appreciate as far as what goes into maintaining the turf, but also the dirt. I mean, it is a science, and when you've got a good track man, good things can happen for you.
Oh, certainly. And, you know, once again, Canterbury is on pace to be one of the safest racetracks in the country. And, you know, they day in and day out, they make sure the horse and riders are the #1 priority. So hats off to them on a great job they've done to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, we've got, and you've worked at several tracks around the country on both coasts. I think we've got a good team here, from the state vets to our track team to the people that work the gate, the valets. Everyone does. I think we all kind of pitch in and do the best that we can to make racing safe at Canterbury, and it shows. We've had a really safe meet, and it doesn't go unrecognized nationally.
No, Heisa is actually the overseer of racing, has really reached out to us, and a lot of the protocols that we do here, they have adopted, and because we're one of the safest in the country. So I'm glad to be part of the Canterbury team that's always ahead of the game and being the best in the country at what we do.
Well, we're happy to have you here. Now, big news in the dog racing world today. Because of the heat, we've made a couple of changes. There'll be no bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
Bulldogs don't, I guess it's a breathing issue. So bulldogs will not be running today. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the Basset Hounds, the Corgis, and the Wiener Dogs and run their races, their championship races, right after race number 3, I believe it is. And then we'll take the fastest dogs from each of those races. They meet again after race 5 to determine who's the fastest dog in Minnesota. So I think that's probably a good idea. Safety first with the dogs as well. But we're going to put on a good show for the fans here. Did any of the events that we do here at Canterbury, and a lot of them are events that other tracks have picked up on. Like, we stole the Wiener Dog races. I'll be honest with that. I think we stole them from Los Al. But Corgis, that was a first. Bulldogs was a first at Canterbury. And you see other tracks doing them. Any of the events that we do surprise you?
I just like the ingenuity and how much there's always something going on a weekend. And it's so great to come out here to this racetrack and you get 15,000 people here. And it's just great. The energy is just absolutely awesome. And you don't see that anywhere else. So it's been really pleasing to see here.
It's been a great way for us to introduce new fans that might not come to a horse race introduce them to horse racing, and then I think that they do come back for the horse racing because they realize, this is a lot of fun. There's a lot going on, whether it's a couple out here or a family that brings, parents that bring their kids. There's things for kids to do. There's great things for adults to do, obviously. So it's been a success. We've got some more racing coming up, but only after today, only 4 days left. We'll race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And then we come back and we race. You can see the calendar up here, and sometimes I forget what it is. A week from yesterday is Minnesota Festival of Champions. Then we come back and race on the 13th, which is a Wednesday night, and we'll have a 4 o'clock post time. And then on the 16th, that'll be our final night of the live racing season. Again, a 4 o'clock post time. I would expect we'll see a lot of races.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're at least shooting for 10 races the last 2 days of the meet, and I'm personally really excited for Festival Day. I've heard a lot about it since I've been here, and now that we're actually here, the racing card came out pretty good, and people are getting really pumped up and excited for it.
We did. We drew for the race, for the festival racing. More on that in a second. But first of all, our final concert. Randy Hauser will be performing September 8th. The concert series has worked fairly well here. The music market is saturated in Minnesota. It took us a while to kind of carve out a niche and maybe fine-tune the acts that would draw to Shakopee and our facility. But we've had a good, I think, a good series of concerts. This Randy Hauser show seems like it's selling well. It's a really cool setting. The acoustics have been really good. I think sonically, it's a sound operation. So Randy Hauser, I'm looking forward to that. That takes place on Friday, and that's a prelude to Festival Day that you mentioned. And this is the best of the best. Yeah. These are the best Minnesota-bred thoroughbreds on display. We've got 6 stakes races. The sprint races came up extremely tough. The turf races as well. What are you looking forward to here, though? Because you've got to watch these horses for the most part run all year long. Most of them have been stabled here, but there's some really competitive races.
I'm just looking forward to just the great night and getting everybody together. Pete Matson has a ton of horses in, and we get Joe Burnt and Mac Robinson to go at it together, our 2 top trainers. So it's going to be a great night, and it's going to be great to see these Minnesota breds go at it.
Yeah, it is fun. It's been really a special part of racing here, and really part of the history, and maybe one of the reasons that Canterbury is here, because if you look back at the history of the Festival of Champions in 1992, when Ladbroke owned this place and lost interest in Minnesota racing, the Horsemen actually rented the track from Ladbroke to put on a show, and that show was the Minnesota Festival of Champions, and they just wanted to show people that racing could be viable in Minnesota. Now, Ladbroke didn't buy into it. They shut the track down. That's when Dale Shenyang, Kurt Sampson, and Randy Sampson stepped in, and they bought the track, brought us all back here in 1994. Racing came back in 95. Every year since we've been here, and this festival has been the centerpiece of our racing every single year. So that's really been a success. Now, a little bit about our wagers, our low takeout wagers. Why do you think that, and you're the one that kept this going, why do you think low takeout wagers like our post-time pick 4 and our pick 5 are important to the industry?
I think it's great for the industry and the fans. I mean, it draws people in, and we're giving more back to our bettors and our patrons, and I think that's the most important thing. It keeps them coming in, it keeps them interested in our card, and we just need to keep producing big fields for them to fire at, and we want to give as much money back as we can and keep them coming back. So this is just one of the ways, one of the things that we do here to keep everybody coming back.
I agree. It's been successful. It gets eyes on our product. People might look at the pick 4 and then might play the rest of the cards. Same thing with that pick 5. And the pools have been good. The 10% takeout means that the track takes less, the winners get more, and the winners, that's all of us that are here today. Win or lose, you're a winner if you're at Canterbury Park. We're going to head down to the Today at the Races show shortly, but Chris, just one last thought. Anything here that was a pleasant surprise to you? Like, what was the most pleasing surprise when you came to Canterbury?
The team here is just absolutely incredible. From Paul Allen to Kevin Gord and Angela Herman, doing the picks in the show, the racing office, and everybody in between. I just love how it's like a family atmosphere, and everybody works together to make everything go. So that was the best surprise coming into here, and I felt very welcome from the very first day. So I appreciate everybody making me feel at home.
That's great, because you are part of our family now, and we've got a great fan base as well. And we're all in this thing together. We've got a great thing going here. Minnesota racing is strong, needs to continue that way. You mentioned the Steam team, Ange, Paul, and Kevin. 2/3 of the Steam team, they're going to host Today at the Races. It's Kevin and Paul Allen, and they're coming up next.
Happy Sunday. Kevin Gorg joined by Angela Herman. It is Pepsi Family Day, and if my math is right, and again, I'm getting a little old here, a little long in the tooth, this is our final Pepsi Family Day of the season.
It is. It is. That time always comes every year, but I'm pleased to be here to take you through the 9 races of it. And it is a very fitting final Sunday because it's the best in show.
Yeah, looking forward to that. 3 of the 4 breeds will battle today. It got a little too warm, as you can feel right now out here on this Sunday for the Bulldogs. They don't cool off quite as easily as the other 3 breeds. But we do have the Basset Hounds. We have the Wiener Dogs. We have the Corgis. We got 3 heats after race 3. The top 3 finishers in those 3 heats will line up after race 5 and settle it for 2023. If you had to guess right now, the breed that brings home the trophy, which of those 3 is it?
Well, I'm actually going on some intel from the trackside eyes. You know, Jeff and Mia are down there for all of those races,
Yes.
and they're getting footage of those races. Mia is, she has that source of replays. She's got the inside track, and she has given me a Corgi. I will not say which Corgi.
I will.
That will be released in the angle. No. Don't do it. Don't let it out now. We're giving out horses here. We're giving out dogs later. Wrong. That is not the one.
Well, I can give my tout then.
Exactly. You give him your tout. I'm going to give him my tout later. That's what the angle's all about on Best in Show Day.
All right, I've got a Corgi named Milo Bigglesworth, and I go Milo, you go Milo, I go tomato, you go tomato, potato. Let's call the whole thing off. Anyway, Milo Bigglesworth, the last time I got to call those beautiful dog races from the Winner's Circle, was the fastest of any breed I've ever seen. The whole trick is, with all these 10 to 12,000 fans screaming to their side, can they focus on their one of their owners on the finish line and run a straight line? Bigglesworth did that. If Bigglesworth can duplicate the qualifying effort I saw a month and change ago, it is over. So I've got the Corgis and I've got Bigglesworth to take it down.
Okay, we partially agree on this, but we do go separate ways when it comes to that particular breed.
Can't wait to watch.
I can't wait to watch either. It's very interesting, and the Corgis are just hilarious to watch in motion on the track. We'll be watching closely. But first, we got 9 thoroughbreds to get through, and that is what today at the races is all about. So where do we begin?
We begin with a Minnesota-bred maiden special weight race at 6 furlongs here in the first. And you guys can see the betting board on your television screen or behind us here in the paddock. Yeah. It's wide open. And
not
sometimes,
a lot of strong opinions yet.
No, because sometimes you get the barn that bets, the owners that bet, and we've seen some alacritive horses that were debuting open up at like 1 to 5. I thought maybe the 4 or 7 would be a horse just like that. Right. I was really torn between those 2. Who do you have?
Well, yeah, it looks like the right kind of field that if a horse is going to try this for the first time, at least they've probably lined up against horses that they'll be competitive against. Their morning works are similar. You see some similar, patterns with them, and that led me to one of the firsters on the outside. Dominus Tecum was well-backed when he was first entered. That was on August 16th. Scratched that day. He's back in today. But that early money to go along with the works kind of justified what they were showing. I mean, sometimes you see a fast work on the page. It's not as good as it looks. I think people were telling us that one was as good as it looks, so I'm going to go with him to break his maiden at first asking.
What's your top 3?
I took it 7, 2, and 4.
You've got a Mac Robertson exacta. Can't argue with that. I was torn, like I mentioned, between the 4 and the 7. I settled in on the 4, Haunted Haze. Part of it is the jock last night. I mean, Adamar Santos is I think a great example of how good and deep and talented our colony of riders is here at Canterbury, because this guy's flown under the radar all season. 1 at a 10% clip. Doesn't get the glitzy mounts that maybe some of the big names do, like Harry Hernandez and Lindy Wade, but just a steady, solid, talented rider. Well, last night he was well mounted and he made it pay. 3 wins and 3 excellent rides along the way. So I've got that carrying over. I think it's a streaky business like any sport. I'll try the 4 on a hunch. I'll go 4, 7, and 2. So we have the same horses but in a different order, and we sail on now.
Sounds like the Corgis.
I love those Corgis. Race 2 is a mile on the turf. Again, state breds will battle. Again, it's a maiden race. Horses looking for their very first victory. The favorite in lukewarm fashion on the morning line is Found Jordan on a week's rest. Who do you like, Angela?
Well, Found Jordan has run 2 very good races in a row that would definitely get him in the picture in here, but he's also seemed to have fair shots at the winners in those, and either they've burst away from him or just something has happened where he's just stopped right when he got up to the leader. I'm going to hope that maybe somebody can get the jump on him, and maybe this horse gives himself a little too much to do and can come up 2nd or 3rd. So I ended up on Ion Rye because he's stretching out and moving over to the turf course. It's kind of going to be an all or nothing thing for him. I don't think you're going to get the same sort of effort out of Ion Rye try. I think he's going to be closer to the pace. I don't think he's going to be from off it. But we'll find out whether or not he likes the turf. And if he doesn't, then he'll finish last. But if the pedigree's any indication, he'll handle just about anything. So I went 5, 4, and 1.
Yeah, exact same order. Not a lot to change other than I think Found Jordan is going to be in the mix when they turn for home. He's a proven commodity on the grass. I'm with Angela, though. The bloodlines tell me that this 5-horse certainly will take to the surface switch. It is Joel Burnt, and Eduardo Gallardo seems to be making the most out of his mounts for this barn. At last check, 80%. So, I mean, not a lot of mounts for the Burnt barn, but Joel's putting them on some live horses. So, like Angela, I go 5, 4, and 1.
Look, it's a track announcer.
Hey, there's Paul Allen.
Hey.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul. Race 3, 6 furlongs, Minnesota Breds return, and we go for their second win. This is a $7,500 group, and it's not like there's a whole bunch of, one for a millions in here. A lot of these have broken their maiden this year fairly recently, and a lot of them have speed. So how do you pick them apart? Do you think one can clear the rest? That's what I thought in the third.
Well, I think the 2 is loose. I wrote that down a couple nights ago when I was putting together my notes for this race. I mean, this horse was chasing 44 flat half mile last time on the turf. The concern I have is what happened the last time this horse raced at 5.5 furlongs against a similar bunch. This horse went 45-4, which is fairly moderate for that distance, and still was able to lose at 4-5. So do I trust the horse? No. Do I think the horse will be loose? Yes. Can't fault anybody that likes a horse that's going to be on the lead on this main track right now because speed's doing just fine. Silent Sailor to me looks like the winner. I just, last time out was on 10 days rest and ran a pretty good race against similar competition. Now we're rested. Now we're ready. Mike Beeler's on fire. Horse loves this racetrack, and we're not even favored in the morning line. Sign me up. There's some versatility here. I go 4, 3, and 5. I think 3 is the horse to beat, but I don't think the 3 is a lock.
I think that Wild Time is one of the more logical choices in here. Going at it's going to take a lot of money on the cutback, but I did end up on Scatamaran, and one of the things that I factor in, I guess, or tried to factor in, and it's hard to predict in Minnesota, is the weather. And horses get a lot more tired chasing when it's 94, 95 degrees out than they would on some of the cooler days that these have raced on. I'm going to give Scatamaran, and I'm going to give another filly later in the card a little bit more credit for the races that they put in at 5.5, even though I think that might be a better distance for them both to get that extra half furlong, because everybody behind them will get tired. I'm hoping for that with Scatamaran. He's gotten tired himself, but maybe he puts enough distance between him and the rest where they just won't catch him. So 2, 5, and 6 for me.
All right, race number 4, we go back to the turf, Angela. This is a very, very nice race. In fact, I would call this the best betting race on the card. I really was hoping it'd be in the pick 5, but it still makes the pick 4, I think, very, very playable.
This is a fun one.
It's a great race. I saw 6 different horses that I thought had a legitimate chance to win. There's 9 in the gate. Who do you like?
I like the 2, Dear Beau. Dear Beau is a horse that I liked last time, and it was a really heads-up ride by Lindy Wade. Now, Harry Hernandez is going to take over as Lindy Wade does depart for Gypsy Wife. I get why he would, but Dear Beau still wrangled back a little off the pace. I don't know how happy she was about it, but she did have Ms. Callie and Honey Bella, 2 very established front-running types, to get ahead of her. She was still chasing a pretty quick pace. I wouldn't expect this filly to be very far off it. And if she and Desert Glow maybe start singing, can separate from some of the deep closers and hang Royal's Little Diva out, I think that these 3 could be involved from start to finish. Maybe Golden Gopher pick up a piece, but I took it 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, Golden Gopher to me is one of those horses. If you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta, think of Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, think of that Rouser, and just include the 4-horse here. I mean, the bottom line is I can't build a trifecta without the 4-horse in the mix. 14 starts on the Canterbury turf, 12 for 14 in the trifecta. This mare is very, very consistent. I don't think she's going to win this race, but I do think she's going to be a part of it. I think the Gypsies are the way to go, and I think if John Hardy's out here today, our good friend and former boss, he would box those Gypsies up in an exacta for size. He likes when the names match up. I think the 2 Gypsies are going to be tough. I took the higher-priced Gypsy. I went with Mac Robertson's 7-horse. This is Gypsy Reward. I think this horse can sit off what should be a pretty honest pace. You talked about it. I think the inside 3 all of speed. I think the 9 is super sneaky with Paul Allen on board there. So I go 7, 6, 2, and 4, and I think it's a wonderful race.
Okay, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Now, Golden Gopher and Gopher Gold are in the same race, and you box them. Is it still the John Hardy, or?
Well, he can do both. He can do both. He likes to have similar names, and I've got the 2 Gypsies in honor of Mr. Hardy there in race 4. Now, I mentioned the pick 5, and I love playing the pick 5 at Canterbury. We get hit with some scratches in the only race of the day with scratches, race 5, the first race of said pick 5. My top pick was the 4, who is out. I thought the 7 was a major player, so this race totally changes now.
Yeah.
Who do you like?
I scratched into Johnny Up, and Johnny Up is the horse to beat in here. He's looking for 3 in a row. He does it against this relative competition level, and I get that Johnny Up has had a good, even though it's only 2 starts, season. But I have to give a little nod to Prize Fighter on the outside because it's 5.5, because of the scratches, and because he can go so darn quick early, and that also applies to Scatamaran that I talked about earlier. I don't know how far Prize Fighter wants to go. Maybe like 4.5 would be right up his alley, but he can handle 5.5, and he's got the speed to take them all the way. So I guess if I was to use a couple of them in the pick 5, it would be those 2, but I almost would be tempted to take Prize Fighter because Johnny Up is going to be even money or less.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny Up's going to be anywhere close to that 3-1 morning line, and I do think the 8 horse is loose. I just don't know about the most recent form. The class drop is significant.
Yep.
Anytime you go from 20s down to a nickel, it's a big deal. I got to use 2, 3, and 8. Those are my top 3 picks. I got to use all 3 of them. I think Shut Up Michael may be the horse that gets forgotten in the wagering, and I think Shut Up Michael can win. I like the 2 workouts since that last start. Another horse like the 8 that's taken a significant class drop, but this is a race where I'm going to use those 3 and just cheer for the biggest price.
Yeah, I totally get it on the class drop with Shut Up Michael, but I mean, he was the trailer throughout in that last one. Dirt is the only concern really for me. Now, 6th, let's go back to the turf. Let's go a mile. What do you think?
I think it's a decent race. I do think that, what do you do? I mean, this 4 horse is always in the mix. My Calante, it's a horse that's got the best figs. But I just don't like touting this type of horse on top because we are 1 for 14. I got beat by Morg's World last night, and I love
I know
that ownership group.
Oh, yeah.
But
how could
if
you
you
not?
show me a 1 for 14 horse that's 3 to 5, I'm going to try to beat him. And it didn't work out, and maybe this won't work out, but I'm going to try for a price. And Jeff Madej touted me on this horse a couple days ago. It's one of his favorite horses on the grounds. I'm going to go with the 5. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to go swap trainer with Jermaine Bridgemahan on the turf at a price. If I'm going to play a horse that's 1 for 20, give me 6 to 1, not 8 to 5. So I'm going to try the swap trainer. I see natural speed. I see a horse in good form who's been facing, I think, tougher competition. I have to use the 4. I have to use the 1. The 2 is interesting. So I think either have an opinion here or you spread like crazy, just hoping to survive. 5, 4, 1, 3.
Yeah, that's fair. And in my opinion is against Mike Calante and Kurt's Choice. Both, they're going to be tough to tackle in this field because you don't have great turf horses outside of that, or at least horses that have a lot of form recently over it. But I'm going to try 40 Strangers just because I didn't like anybody else enough. And I think the 40 Strangers can come from off the pace, but can be close to the pace if Lindy wants him to. We did talk to Lindy Wade about this horse upstairs, and he's just hasn't had enough racing yet, but he thinks he'll want all of a mile. So we'll see if he likes the turf. I mean, that's always the question. You can't ask 40 Strangers if he likes the turf. He's got to go show you on the turf. So I'm going to take a chance that the price is going to be big enough to take a chance and find out. So 2, 4, 3, and 5. And I agree with you on the points that you made on Swamp Drainer, and he will be very tough to run down if he can somehow get comfortable in the front.
Now, if you're looking to pare down your pick 5 and save money, this might be a good place to do it. I look at race 7, and I'm going to be brutally honest.
Tell me.
It's maybe a 2-horse race, but it might be a 1-horse race.
Why's that?
I think Honey Bella stands out on form. Now, if Lover Girl the 5 can get back to who she was, and I think she's sneaky here, it might be a 2-horse race. But in my opinion, it's the 4 or 5. It's one of those 2, and I've got Honey Bella on top. I think she could be a pick 5 single for a lot of people. I'm going to use Lover Girl out of respect for the talent that I know is there. But if she was doing really, really well, I kind of feel like she might be in next Saturday.
Festival.
So,
Yeah.
and maybe they'll come back. No, they won't, because I already looked at the PPs. 4, 5, and 3. This is where you pare things down to the pick 5.
Yeah, this just isn't the end of the line for Lover Girl. I mean, she's still a 3-year-old filly with only 5 starts, so there's no need to rush her into any one certain spot if she's not 1,000%. But obviously, she's not doing too poorly if she's in this spot for this purse. I do respect her as well. I took her 3rd just until she turns things around a bit. Maybe gets a little bit more distance. I don't know. We'll see what suits her in the future. But I did take Honey Bella as well. She scratched out of a different spot for here. There's some good distaff sprinters in the Mac Robertson barn that are also Minnesota bred, and perhaps they just didn't want Honey Bella to have to square off against them again. So putting her in this spot puts her in a cozy position. She drew the 4 spot. She's getting off the turf course. She's got some air in her lungs from those longer races. I think, like you said, this one fits her like a glove. 4, 1, and 5.
Late double time, race number 8, maidens, $10,000 claiming tag, 7.5 furlongs on the grass. The morning line favorite is the 3, Railtown, who I fancy. Angela, who do you like?
I'm going to ask you think Railtown will go to the front and never look back, I assume, right?
No, I think the 1's on the lead. I think the 3 is sitting in press and pounce mode. I think the 1 is likely going to jump out there and take the lead, but I don't mind the 3 sitting just off the pace.
Okay.
Why do you like the 3 or the 4? Because of the hot pace? And
I think it might be a hotter pace because, I mean, I'm not going to say that Frosted Temptation is a rabbit per se, but I think he'll show enough speed to maybe take the starch out of a horse like Mr. Insensitive or Railtown. Maybe they've wanted to put him on turf this whole time, but they have entered him 4 times on the main track, and he just ran out of gas last time, so maybe that speed will stretch further on the turf. But 3 Rough Shots is a horse that has little to no early speed, so he needs a little something in front of him, and he'll probably get that out of his stablemate. So I took 4, 1, and 7.
Yeah, I go 3, 1, and 4. I think the 4 is the horse to fear in the lane. If they hook up, then it could be a problem. I'm guessing that somehow, some way, Lindy Wade, who I find to be a very patient rider, can get Railtown to sit off what could be a very alacritive front-running pace. Race 9 is a important race if you're going to play the pick 5 because at some point you've got to have a horse that can win it for you. And I think I've got that horse here, Ange. I feel really strong about that, but I like this race because I think the inside 3, and even if you mix in the 4, all have a legitimate chance for victory, which tells me that even though the 2 is likely going to be favored, I think this race has some balance to it, which makes that pick 5 even more playable in my eyes.
Yeah, it's cool to see these ones line up, and it's a good way to end the card because you get to know these ones over the years. These are the tough veteran campaigners: Bob's All In, Chocolate Ice Cream, War Chest, Cashanova. You see a lot of them in the past performances at Canterbury, and Chocolate Ice Cream is one of the biggest fans of this turf course, and he's 9 for 16 in the top 2. This is a barn that does know him well and obviously has him going very well at this meet. Last time he got way too far behind on a yielding course. He couldn't catch Bigfoot City, but Bigfoot City ran a huge race that day. Fine, that's okay. You can lose to him. Get back into winning form today because the setup might be very good for him.
Yeah, the 3 is a very, very cool horse. Always makes a run. Fractions might be fast. They might be lukewarm. This horse always charges down the stretch. I've got a soft place in my heart for Chocolate Ice Cream. I've cashed on this horse. I love this horse. But, man, I went back and watched the replay for Cashanova last time, and for a race at 1 mile and 3/8, that horse made it look awfully easy. This horse looked like the winner every single step of the way. And you know, when turf horses open up and win by open lengths, it's something I've used as a handicapping tool to come right back with them. They've given the horse a couple of weeks to rest up. Now we've got a horse that's, I think, in peak form right now, and I think a horse that's sitting on a win. The barn does well off of victory. I think the horse gets a perfect trip. Has stalking speed, doesn't need the lead. Let the 4 do the dirty work and get first run on both the 1 and 3, who will be absolutely flying late. So I go 2, 1, and 3 to close out the pick 5. As we mentioned earlier, dogs after race 3, championship after race 5. And Angela, what excites you about Holiday Monday racing? Because I love when we break the norm to the schedule and get a weekday afternoon post on Labor Day tomorrow.
Right, and it is fun because we don't race too many Mondays anymore. We don't, we don't have that usual schedule where you're just used to coming in. And you get people on their way back down. You know, it's been a nice summer here. A lot of people are at their cabins, make their way back down, stop in here, and they're on vacation. You know, some people get a long weekend. They're more laid back here. They come in, they have a good time, and sometimes that vibe gets infectious because you get that air just, well, summer's coming to a close. Let's enjoy it while we can, and everybody does.
It should be awesome. Holiday racing tomorrow at 1. Then we come back next Saturday, one of the biggest days on the calendar for us at Canterbury. It is Festival of Champions next Saturday afternoon. Come back on the 13th for a Wednesday night card and close it all out on Saturday, September the 16th. For Angela Herman, I'm Kevin Gorg. For Paul Allen, the Steam team upstairs, have a great day at the track. Dogs after 3, championship after race 5. Find some cool spot to watch the races. Come out in the paddock and say hi, and good luck at the windows, everybody.
The call to the post brings the runners onto the track for the first race, the first of 9. That's Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post. Hey, Len, do you have anything up your sleeve, perchance, for the rider of number 3, Imagine Dragon? Happy birthday, Kelsey Har. Two minutes to race time on Pepsi Family Day, provided by Pepsi and Quick Trip. Now, following race number 3, we're going to have Basset Hounds, Corgis, and Wiener Dogs racing. We're going to have 3 races qualifying for the Best in Show Championship following race number 5. That takes place starting after race number 3.
Post time, pick 4 time, ticket on the screen. We've still got about a minute to 2 minutes to get this in. It's a $24 ticket. I used all 2, 4, and 7 here in the first, 4 and 5 in leg 2, 3 and 4 in the third. I think the 4th race is the best betting race on the card. You could definitely use all there, but I used 2, 4, 6, and 7. This is a $24 ticket, 2, 4, 7 with 4, 5, with 3, 4, with 2, 4, 6, 7. Play that post time pick 4. You've got plenty of time. And while you're at Canterbury today, try to avoid the lines, download that First Bet app, and save time.
The horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it's post time for Family Day at Canterbury. We welcome Virgo's birthday celebration. That's our featured group today. The first is courtesy of Loeffler and Think Minnesota Realty. And as they move in line, Dominas Tecum is 2-1, one of 3 first-time starters here in the Little Lifter. Win Trip now down to 2-1. Haunted Haze 4-1. That's a fellow firster with Bear Share. And they move in line. Prestigiously Wild, last in line. 8 in the gate, the first on Family Day. 8, Rambunctious. And they're racing. Bear Share didn't know much about it, and the firster started way back in last. Not the case for Win Trip, who gets a trip right to the early lead. Dominus Tecum attempts to attach to that one, and 2 and 7 or 2.5 lengths clear from BL's Concerto. Haunted Haze is a firster, revving up to the inside, 2.5 from the front. Prestigiously Wild is wide. The rider has the pink silks. Then we come to Sweet Analyzer, advancing steadily. Imagine Dragon second last, and Bear Share is at the tail. They're off the far turn, and Win Trip continues to tug them along at 2-1 and does so stylishly. Dominus Tecum is next to the outside. Then it's Haunted Haze, still 2.5 in arrears. Sweet Analyzer is guided to the outside for the stretch run, and now Dominus Tecum attacks Win Trip. After that, Haunted Haze jumping all over the place. Moving into third is Sweet Analyzer, and we're into the final 150. And Dominus Tecum is a first-timer, very well meant. Win Trip fights back gamely on the inside, but is not good enough to beat Dominus Tecum on a Sunday. Number 7, Dominus Tecum, ran first. 7, 2, and Photography. 111. Hold them all. Seven, 2, 1, 4. And the first race is official, exacta $6 and change, 50-cent trifecta $9.10. Superfecta $3 and small change. Race number 2 takes us to the firm turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time about 22 minutes from now, thanks to Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. The first into the winner's circle, Dominus Tecum and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner, Joy Gora and Tailored for Gold Stables. And the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Dominus Tecum is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Dominas. From the Sky Mesa mare, Dr. Susan. Bred in Minnesota by Bailey Ranch and Thoroughbreds. And they're racing. Bear Share didn't know much about it, and the firster started way back in last. Not the case for Wind Trip, who gets a trip right to the early lead. Dominus Tecum attempts to attach to that one in 2 and 7 or 2.5 lengths clear from BL's Concerto. Haunted Haze is a firster, revving up to the inside, 2.5 from the front. Prestigiously Wild is wide. The rider has the pink silks. Then we come to Sweet Analyzer, advancing steadily. Imagine Dragon second last, and Bear Share is at the tail. They're off the far turn, and Wind Trip continues to tug them along at 2-1 and does so stylishly. Dominus Tecum is next to the outside. Then it's Haunted Haze, still 2.5 in arrears. Sweet Analyzer is guided to the outside for the stretch run, and now Dominus Tecum attacks Wind Trip. After that, Haunted Haze jumping all over the place. Moving into third is Sweet Analyzer, and we're into the final 150, and Dominus Tecum is a first-timer, very well meant. Wind Trip fights back gamely on the inside, but is not good enough to beat Dominus Tecum on a Sunday.
Welcome out to the paddock here. We get set for the second half of the double. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Don't forget, we've got the Bark in the Park happening after race 3. The Basset Hounds, the Wieners, and the Corgis go toe-to-toe. They'll battle. Those championship heats happen. The top 3 finishers in those heats will come back after race 5, and we will settle the 2023 championship. We don't know which breed it'll be. We don't know which dog it'll be, but somebody's going home with the hardware today. You can cut the tension around here with a knife. Race 2 is a 1-mile event for Minnesota-bred maidens looking for their first career victory. And you can look at the betting board, and you can see the same thing I talked about with Angela about an hour ago. It looked like a two-horse race on paper, and it's being bet that way at the windows. Doesn't mean that we're right. Again, handicappers and bettors are wrong more than they're right, but on paper it sure looks like it's Found Jordan or Eye on Rye. Maybe you have a different opinion. Maybe these horses will behave a certain way in this sultry heat on this Sunday. Let's start with number 1, Steph's Top Nick. This is a filly entered against the boys, so that's enterprising all by itself for all you gals out there. The one is a girl looking to dust the boys, and you know what? If it's not the 4 and 5, this is probably the most likely winner. One race, a good third-place finish. You get Mac Robertson. That's always a good thing. He looks to sweep the double. And you get Double H. You get Harry Hernandez. That's always a good thing. So the filly likely will show a touch of speed. She's inside. And anytime a good trainer puts a girl in against the boys, I think it's at least noteworthy. 5-1 right now, taking some money at the windows. Number 2 is Sweet Bodymeister. Ryan Kenny, the conditions. Barrio Lopez rides. The blinkers go on. In terms of early speed, I think this is the horse that probably makes the front with the hood going on. And with what I saw in the debut, I think this horse, if this horse likes the turf at all, probably ends up on the lead. And I'm telling you, Angela made this point in our Today at the Races show. When it gets this warm, horses on the lead have a distinct advantage. It is hard to make up a lot of ground. I don't know why, but the hotter it gets, the better speed seems to do. So if this 2 is loose, maybe that's a 10-1 shot you want to take a swing on. 3 is Lil's Classy Dude. Carmona gets the call for Frank McKinley. And the turf tries here have been decent. The 4th place finish back in June with that 43 figure probably gets this horse in the conversation. We'll need to improve to win. That's the bottom line, and the price is 9-1, so you're going to get paid. Let's talk about Found Jordan, because Virginia Peters has done a really nice training job with Found Jordan. Kept this horse in good form most of the summer. That's not easy to do, especially with a horse that's still trying to figure things out. Seems to fire his shot each and every time on the racetrack, and that's a really good thing. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, but should be rolling late in good form. One of the horses to beat at 8-5 with those pretty purple silks once they get the jock aboard is Found Jordan. I'm on the 5. The bettors are with me. It's 7-5 right now. The horse has never been on the grass. But I love Joel Burnt, and I love the bloodlines here. And Gallardo, the pilot, is one of my favorites. He'll look to sweep the double. If this guy takes to the turf, I really think this horse has a great chance for victory. If this horse maybe doesn't enjoy the switch-in surface, then it becomes Found Jordan's race to win or lose. I think this horse has a good stalking turn of speed, and I think with the Lothenbach stable behind it, I think it's going to be a tough horse to beat. 3-2, we're not going to get rich, but I'll try Eye on Rye. Number 6 is Who Does It Better? Lindy Wade for Bruce Rieken. This combination ran a decent race in race 1. Good long shot connections, and like the 4, likely does his best running in the later stages of the race. So maybe there's some speed, and maybe they back up. This horse should be motoring in the late stages. Let's take a look at how these horses look in the flesh out here in the heat. I don't want to see too much sweat, and so far I'm not seeing much of that at all. These horses look spectacular. 5 bouncing around on the toes with the Lothenbach blinkers on. Looks just fine. There's that Virginia Peters horse that is one of the favorites here, looking just calm, cool, and collected. So really for a group of maidens out here, nothing too noteworthy as far as the behavior, outside of the fact that these horses are all turned out well and no one's acting up, getting too warm and sweaty, and they all look like they're ready for battle. Minnesota breds here, 1 mile on the turf. Someone's going to get their first career victory. We've got a filly in against the boys on the inside for Mac Robertson as the trainer looks to sweep the double. 4 and 5 are taking all the money. Who do you like? Time for you to make that decision as the jockeys get up on their mounts and get set to head to the track. Soon we'll get the call to the post, And we'll get started here with race number 2 on that beautiful Canterbury Park turf course. First Bet app, you heard me talk about it all year long. There's a reason for it. It's an awesome app. You'll never have to leave the air-conditioned spot you're at. Put the money in, make your bets on Canterbury all day long, and take your money out when the day is over. The First Bet app, the preferred app of the Sharpies in the press box. Race 2 at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it home.
Walking onto the track now for the second, heading to a firm turf course. The rails at 10 for these maidens. And race time is 5 minutes from now.
Happy Sunday and Family Day to all of you from down here in the winner's circle. We're getting close to race number 2, but after race number 3 is when we will bring the battles of the breeds out here and start the dog racing for the day. Now, I have Dylan with me, and Dylan, do you like sweets? Do you like ice cream?
Yes.
Do you like getting into places for free?
Yes.
Do you like dogs?
Yes.
Then this is the perfect game for you. We're going to play Framed. So you and I are going to turn around, look at the tote board, and if you can tell me what movie featuring a dog is on the tote board, you win all of that. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, let's take a look. All right, what movie is that big St. Bernard from? Do you know what movie this is? I think there's some right answers in the audience. Yell it a little louder.
Beethoven.
Is it Beethoven? Yes, it's Beethoven. Nice job. Now, before I let you go with your dog knowledge, we were just talking about this. What breed do you think is going to come out on top in the Best in Show? Do you think it's going to be a Corgi, a Wiener Dog, or a Basset Hound?
I think a corgi.
And me and Gorg are with you. Come on, let's go. Let's see how it turns out. We're going to find out starting after race number 3. You enjoy your ice cream, and you and Dad enjoy the passes. And we'll see you out here for the dog races, everybody.
And the maidens are at the starting gate. It is now race time. Race number 2. And Found Jordan 6-5 and favored. Eye on Rye, 8-5. Second choice in the win wagering. Sweet Bodymeister goes in next to the filly. Steph's Top Nick. Lil's Classy Dude next to Found Jordan. Eye on Rye is in. And Who Does It Better? Last in line. Maidens on the turf on a sunny Sunday. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Found Jordan from the center came out okay. So did the filly. Steph's Top Nick to the inside. And Sweet Bodymeister with those shades at 14-1 is prominent. Eye on Rye is on the 3 wide side. And that trio is 6 lengths clear from Found to Jordan, third last. About 1 clear from Lil's Classy Dude, who's to the inside of Who Does It Better. Looks like 9 from front to back as they corner. And Steph's Top Nick pulls them along by 1. Eye on Rye is now 2 in a rear, still under a tight hold as Steph's Top Nick picks up the tempo, opens up nearly 3, and they have about a half mile to go. Sweet Bodymeister now is 7 from the front, joined by Found Jordan. After that, Who Does It Better? And Lil's Classy Dude is now 12 lengths behind Steph's Top Nick. Steph's Top Nick leads it by 2 and is 6-1. They're off the far turn. Eye on Rye is being asked for run by Eddie G and is responding, and they are 5 clear from Found Jordan, who is about 4 clear from Who Does It Better, then a mile back to Lil's Classy Dude and Sweet Bodymeister. And Eye on Rye attacks the filly and blows by. Eye on Rye kicks clear by 3. Found Jordan, the new menacing presence, to the inside. It's Eye on Rye, Found Jordan. That's it for Steph's Top Nick. Eye on Rye has his eye on the prize, and Eye on Rye prevails. Five, Eye on Rye first. Found Jordan second. Who Does It Better third. Race number 2 is official. We come now to the third. It's about 22 minutes from now, and there are no scratches. Following the third race, we have 3 breeds qualifying for the Best in Show Championship following race 5. Basset Hounds, Dachshunds, and Corgis will be racing following race number 3 about 30 minutes from now. The top 3 from each heat advance to the Best in Show Championship, which is after race number 5. Into the winner's circle, Eye on Rye, back-to-back victories for Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Eye on Rye is a 3-year-old bay son of Malibu Moon out of Junior Clare. Bred in Minnesota by Bob Lothenbach. The third is courtesy of Ashley Home Store and Continental Diamond and continentaldiamond.com. Race number 3, 20 minutes from now. Sunny Sunday, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Found Jordan from the center, came out okay. So did the filly. Steph's Top Nick to the inside, and Sweet Bodymeister with those shades at 14-1 is prominent. Eye on Rye is on the 3 wide side. And that trio is 6 lengths clear from Found Jordan, third last. About 1 clear from Lil's Classy Dude, who's to the inside of Who Does It Better. Looks like 9 from front to back as they corner, and Steph's Top Nick pulls them along by 1. Eye on Rye is now 2 in a rear, still under a tight hold as Steph's Top Nick picks up the tempo, opens up nearly 3, and they have about a half mile to go. Sweet Bodymeister now is 7 from the front, joined by Found Jordan. After that, Who Does It Better and Lil's Classy Dude is now 12 lengths behind Steph's Top Nick. Steph's Top Nick leads it by 2 and is 6-1. They're off the far turn. Eye on Rye is being asked for run by Eddie G and is responding, and they are 5 clear from Found Jordan, who is about 4 clear from Who Does It Better, then a mile back to Lil's Classy Dude and Sweet Bodymeister, and Eye on Rye attacks the filly and blows by. Eye on Rye kicks clear by 3. Found Jordan, the new menacing presence to the inside. It's Eye on Rye, Found Jordan. That's it for Steph's Top Nick. Eye on Rye has his eye on the prize, and Eye on Rye prevails. on the inside. Lieutenant Sampson's getting outrun. It is Vasant, the Northern Lights champion last year. He's not good enough. It's Croc Rock, the Minnesota Sprint champion. He's still the fastest Minnesotan, and he wins the sprint for a 4th time. Careless Navigator assumes command by a length. Steakhouse is next. Then it's Roustabout, Shakar, George L. Brown, and Walter, all chasing the undefeated Careless Navigator. And Careless Navigator and Joel Campbell are the Northern Lights Futurity champions. It finishes 5, 8, 3, 6 in race 4. And the filly Nishani takes the lead. Grand Rapids Miss sprints with her on the inside. Then we come to Seahawk. Here comes Grand Rapids Miss at a gaudy 17-1. Grand Rapids Miss Nishani. Grand Rapids Miss, yes, 7-2, 8-3 in race 5. Winter Trick plugging along on the inside. Then it's King of Nights, and from the back of the pack, Big Sand. It is now Plain trying to defend his championship, and he did it. Now Plain, the Turf Championship winner. He goes back to back, and he upsets the field.
We go back to the main track for race number 3. 6 furlongs is the distance. And remember, after this race, we will start with the dogs. Yes, we will have plenty of dog racing coming up after this third. But before we get to it, we'll go through the 6 combatants going 6 furlongs. They're seeking win number 2, and all of these boys are bred in the state of Minnesota. And JJ's Wildcat has been up and down the class ladder, it would be. Optional claimers, 7,500s and 15,000s, all stops along the way. Before last time, he took on some $25,000 foes. JJ's Wildcat kind of regressed off a nice third place finish 2 back, but that was his first try of the year at this level. His second try, that is. The first one was on a good track, though. The second time around, he did get fast dirt, and he ran much better. He was only 2 lengths behind Quarantina Bambino, but he was a length and a quarter as well behind Scatamaran. So JJ's Wildcat from the rail kind of has his hand forced from that spot. I would expect him to stay close, but Sosa might find himself in a tight spot if Scatamaran shows the speed that he usually does. That was the hope, and Scatamaran I thought might be the fleetest of foot early of the rest of these. They're not at this level because they love passing horses, at least at this point. Stun Gun does on the outside, but Scatamaran likes to take fields as far as he can, as fast as he can. I'm hoping that's 6 furlongs because this horse has been racing shorter lately. Last time we saw him doing 6, he was down at Oaklawn Park. He was against Open Company, $50,000 claimers, biting off more than he could chew, obviously, but he is against a very good group to try to get his second win, and a field that I think that he can lead a good part of the way. Wild Time, just to his outside, doesn't have too much experience to him, just 3 starts, and he was scratched out of 1 earlier this year, but he did break his maiden at $7,500. He did it by a half length over Silent Sailor, who did subsequently come back to win, but last time he ran second behind a stablemate of his, Lee of Little Faith, and Wild Time did that pretty close to the pace, going 6.5. A little less distance might suit him today. That was a good enough effort to get himself in the mix. I thought he might take a ton of money, but right now he is just your 2-to-1 co-favorite with Scatamaran. Silent Sailor, the next one, has lots and lots of seconds and thirds to go with that win, but that win was 2 starts ago. Adamar Santos will stay in the saddle off a 3rd place finish. He did finish behind Wild Time, but there was a little bit of bumping in that race, and Silent Sailor was moved up to 2nd that day. He has just a lot of those same steady finishes, and I don't see him getting the outright lead in here, and I think that that would suit him best to try to get his second win, but don't expect him to be too far out of it at any point. And this is a good sort of horse to use if you do make vertical plays, because right now he is 5-to-1. Going at it 3-to-1, and he cuts back off his maiden win. That was also his first foray against claimers. So was it the distance? Was it the drop? Whatever it was, going at it will probably take a ton of money in here off that. And he stayed close enough to the pace. I just don't think that he'll get it outright like he did that day. That's been the source of his best races thus far, being right on the pace. And going at it's going to have to fight to do it. But he's definitely found a good field, and he's making a slight drop. I mean, this is a pretty lateral move, and going at it's in a very good spot at 3-to-1. Stun Gun should be the trailer early. Usually he is. Seraphin Carmona will be in the saddle again, and he was last time around in the 4th place finish in the aforementioned Lee of Little Faith race. If they get very, very fast up front, Stun Gun would love it. He will be coming at the end with like a little bit more ground than 6 furlongs, but you take what you can get. He has been a good fit at this level, good enough at least for a piece, and he's 9-to-1. Some things to like with 6 minutes to post. The 3rd is set out to the track. We will start off a pick 3. Doubles. You can do exactas, tries, and supers in here if you like. You got 6 to pick from, and they are track bound now.
All right, fans, Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman, it's time for the Tri-State Bobcat Power Play along with...
I'm Angela Herman. I'm here to help out with the power play. Casanova in race 9. Your thoughts?
Love the horse. Love the fact that this horse, last time out, dusted many of these in a race a little bit longer at 1 3/8. And I love the fact that the barn is a robust 25% off a win. And we'll go back to this race, and there's Casanova all dressed up with somewhere to go. And that somewhere was the winner's circle. And I really like the way this horse finished this race. It tells me today who's going to be a little bit close to the pace. There's not a lot of speed in this race. I think this horse is ready to rock and roll. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat, and thank you to Casanova, because we're going to cash with the Nova in the last, cash being the key component to that name.
Money in the bank.
Now, speaking of money in the bank, we got a lot of people that are here to side bet on those beautiful puppy dogs, and you've got an angle.
I do. Hand over the controls, sir. We are going to go through an angle because you have an angle in the Corgis as well. Now, let's take a look at number 2, Thunder. Because, I mean, Thunder was the pick of the person that I mentioned in the pre-race show, who shall not be named, and has footage of these animals. She's given me the inside track on Thunder, but we had to make mention. That's backwards. Okay.
Oh, there's the logo.
Well, yeah. We used to have the Minnesota Thunder.
Okay.
We have
the Bronco
this
mascots.
Thunder.
Hello.
And
That's
we have the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Kevin Durant.
But they cannot top Thunder.
Look at that beautiful.
Corgi number 2, race number 3, going into the jaws of your selection in the Corgi race.
You can say Milo, you can say Milo, but don't forget about Bigglesworth, who will be the best in show today. I'm making the call right now. Bigglesworth for all the money, folks.
Thunder versus Bigglesworth. Whoever you like, get out to the rail now. We've got dog races coming up after the 3rd. That's going off in a minute. They're coming up and coming at you.
Next.
One minute.
Almost there.
It's race time. Scatamaran, 9-5 in favored, ridden by Harry Hernandez. Rode at Remington Park in Oklahoma City last night. 3 mounts, purses at about 100 grand. Won 2 of them and finished second on the other. Well done, Harry. Scatamaran 6-5. Stun gun is in, and here they come. And they're racing. Scatamaran out quickly, likewise for JJ's Wildcat. And Scatamaran grabs the lead. Scatamaran by 1. After that, it's Wild Time. The riders looking to win 3 in a row. Silent Sailors beginning to motor in with Going At It. And the one in last is Stun Gun. 9 from front to back as they negotiate the barn side heading into the far turn. Scatamaran tugs them along by a half. JJ's Wildcat to the inside, Going At It, up and at him to the outside. Silent Sailor is being shoved on. Then we come back to Wild Time, and Stun Gun still is far out of it. Going At It takes on Scatamaran around about the quarter pole, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Scatamaran fights back diligently. Going At It has a narrow lead, and that's it for Scatamaran. Now, on the outside, Wild Time and Silent Sailor are engaging. They have a football field to go. Going At It, Silent Sailor, and Wild Time, but Going At It is prevailing. Going At It, 3.5 to 1. Number 5, Going At It, ran first.
Go away, Cameron. Dogs are up. In a few minutes.
Five, 3, 4, 1. And it's official. The Exacta paid $15.90. Trifecta 534. Top 3 finishers $15.65. 10-cent Superfecta. Top 4 finishers 5341. 28 and change. And the double paid $9 from race number 2. Coming up very shortly, dog racing on the track, qualifying for the Best in Show. We have Bassets, Corgis, and Dachshunds vying against their own breeds. Top 3 advance to the Best in Show Championship of the World following race number 5. Now entering the winner's circle, Going At It, and Constantino Roman. Going At It is owned by Lothenbach Stable and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. This is a Minnesotan and a 3-year-old bay gelding by Empire Maker out of Clairview. And they're racing. Scatamaran out quickly. Likewise for JJ's Wildcat. And Scatamaran grabs the lead. Scatamaran by 1. After that, it's Wild Time. The riders looking to win 3 in a row. Silent Sailors beginning to motor in with Going At It. And the one in last is Stun Gun. 9 from front to back as they negotiate the barn side heading into the far turn. Scatamaran tugs them along by a half. JJ's Wildcat to the inside, Going At It, up and at him to the outside. Silent Sailor is being shoved on. Then we come back to Wild Time, and Stun Gun still is far out of it. Going At It takes on Scatamaran around about the quarter pole, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Scatamaran fights back diligently. Going At It has a narrow lead, and that's it for Scatamaran. Now, on the outside, Wild Time and Silent Sailor are engaging. They have a football field to go. Going At It, Silent Sailor, and Wild Time, but Going At It is prevailing. Going At It, 3.5 to 1. Here come the doggies. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 3 races are qualifying heats for the Best in Show Championship of the World, where Bassets, Corgis, and Dachshunds will all race against each other following race number 5. But first, these are the Basset Hounds that qualified early in the season to be here this prestigious weekend. This is a non-parimutuel wagering event. However, side bets are strongly encouraged. Pick your favorite Basset and let's meet them now. Number 1 is Melanie and Derek's Patches. Number 3, here's Wilbur. Number 4 is Janelle Sawatsky's Georgie. Next, number 5, Dolly Parton. Number 6 is owned by Kelly and Michael McComb. Here comes Uno. Big ol' Uno. And number 7 is Archie. Abby Dial and Austin Gregg provide number 8. Here's Walter. And number 10, simply known as Charles. Number 11 is owned by Taylor Mahmood. Here comes Scarlett. And finally, for the Bassett's looking to qualify for Canine Immortality, owned by Shannon and Joe Zachman, number 12 is Dahlia. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Bassett's who qualified to be here this weekend. And now, always the favored breed to win the Best in Show. Here come the fluffy little babies known as the Corgis, led by number 1, Keebler. And number 2 is Thunder. One of our favorites has returned. This is a very fluffy, long, yet fast Corgi. We welcome back Winston. Liz and Jeff Wilkins bring Hogan. And number 6, this is a fast one. Here comes Penelope. The 7 Corgi is Bella. And Bella has a jockey on her back. Yeah. Number 8, owned by Remy Allison and Nicolette Nealand. Here comes Georgie. Number 9, Izzy Bell. Number 10 is owned by Carrie Jurek and Nicholas Becker. Here comes Pimpin'. How about them apples? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the defending champion of the Battle of the Breeds. We welcome number 11, Milo Bigglesworth. And Milo's raring to go. And number 12, here comes Peanut. Ladies and gentlemen, the Corgis. And now, the breed to prove that big is not always best. These tiny little creatures are set to zoom down the track, led by number 2, Keetsa. Keetsa, the first Dachshund to dash. Elizabeth Lees owns number 3, Hopper. And number 5 is John Peterson's Caroline. Chad Jones just guaranteed victory with number 6, Speedy Petey. Speedy Petey. And number 7, owned by Scott Best, we welcome back Lola. Number 8, here comes Pearl. Zach Ernst owns number 9, Moby. Number 10 is Heather Conrad's Lucifer. And number 12, owned by Rich Wolf, this is Cappuccino. Those are the 3 breeds looking to qualify for canine immortality and the all breeds race following race number 5. The top 3 in each heat will advance to the Best in Show Bark in the Park All Breeds Championship of the World following race number 5. Once again, this is a non-parimutuel wagering event, ladies and gentlemen. Side bets on the grandstand are strongly encouraged with friends and family members, so make a little side bet right now and root on your favorite Bassett because they go first. As the assistant owners calmly head down to the finish line, they will race to the first set of flags. The top 3 Bassets will be back about an hour from now for the Bark in the Park Championship of the World. All right, Canterbury. We know it's hot, and we know it might be the last thing you want to do, but please support these dogs and the owners and make a lot of noise for these Bassets and Corgis and Wiener dogs for giving us such a great Sunday. The owners have found their spots. Ready, go! Here come the Bassets, and the ears are flopping, and the chins are drooping, and it is Patches along with a late charge from Scarlet. Top 3 advance, and we have them. 11, 1, and 4. Patches, Georgie, and Scarlet. We'll see you in 1 hour for Canine Immortality. Patches with brilliant early speed, extending the stride, but perhaps did not see Scarlet and the shadow thereof surging on the outside. Scarlet, straight and strong, wins the Bassett qualifier. Georgie trying to take a run at Patches and start a fight. Ooh, wait a second. The 1 never crossed. Wait a second. Patches never crossed, which means the top 3 advancing are Scarlet, Georgie, and Charles. Let's see. 4, 1. Do we give it to him? Do we say number 1 crossed with that snout or not? If it's yes, make noise. If it's no, make more noise. You know what? Canterbury Park is a family-first track. We're going to let all 4 of the dogs race after race 5, all right? Patches, Charles, Scarlet, and Georgie. It's way too controversial, and it's way too hot for controversy. All right. Here come the Corgis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember the defending champion against the Bassets, Bulldogs, and Datsuns last year is number 11, Milo Bigglesworth, who set an all-time Bark in the Park record. Oh! Bella to the 20, to the 10, and she's loose! Bella got loose! Well, not exactly sure how well that jockey's working on the back of Bella. All right, now the owner's trying to catch Bella. One of the owners had Bella, now Bella said no. This is a standoff. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. I mean, it's 100 degrees, and Scott Johnson crosses the 10, angles to the right to the 5. Touchdown, Bella! All right, hold your corgis, ladies and gentlemen. Ready, go! Here come the fluffy little babies. Uh-oh, Keebler forgot to start. Bella has no idea what's happening. Milo Bigglesworth, the defending champion, annihilated them. Holy cow with this Milo Bigglesworth. It's almost like he's part Greyhound or Whippet. Jeez. Who are the top 3? To face 4 of the Bassets and those floppy ears. Milo Bigglesworth, an absolute picture of alacrity and speed and cunning and guile and poise. Look at those strides. Whoa! 11, 2, and 12. Peanut. Peanut has the light green. All right, so we have the 3 of the corgis. Good luck with really any breed around the world beating this Milo Bigglesworth, but that's why we put him on the track and run the races. And now the final qualifying heat. Hey, Hogan, get out of there. We need that dirt. The Datsuns are set to dash. Top 3 qualify, come back about 45 minutes from now after race number 5. And race for an unbelievable amount of prize money. Provided by the HBPA, the Canterbury Park Chapel, Cap Agency, and Lon Anderson Incorporated. The co-owners are finding their spots. They have all of their super special toys by their side. Dogs like to play toys. The wieners are composed. Ready, go! Here come the wieners, and let's see who wants to be straight and strong. Lola started well, but Cappuccino is a caffeinated wiener, and Cappuccino destroyed them. Oh no, now we have corgis fighting wieners and the Bassets are sitting on all of them. This is a very controversial situation. Cappuccino and Milo Bigglesworth, that fast corgi coming up about 45 minutes. Holy cow, is that going to be good? We're going to go to the replay to establish the top 3. We know Rich Wolf's Cappuccino has qualified. Shortening the strides late. Very smart. Saving something for the championship. That's the 8 and that's the 3. So Pearl and Hopper. Pearl, Hopper, and Cappuccino. We'll see y'all about 45 minutes from now as you race for canine immortality and the champion breed of the world right out here at the park. By the way, race number 4 is in 15 minutes. Bet more, win more. And thanks for coming out to Canterbury.
All right, welcome out to the paddock. We get set for race number 4. We close out that post-time pick 4 here. A lot of us handicappers have been talking in the press box. This might be the best betting race of the weekend. Really wide open, fun turf race to handicap. This is an allowance optional claimer with a purse of nearly $30,000. Really competitive and deep field here to take a look at. Let's start with number 1, Desert Glow. She's got a touch of speed. She gets Erica Murray for Tony Rengsdorf. She's got good numbers locally, too. 9 starts on the Canterbury turf, 5 for 9 in the top 3. And last time out, she just didn't fire. She ran against Lock It Down, who also has speed. And if you go back to the 2 prior efforts before that, that's 68 and 72 turf figure that she earned. Likely good enough to be right in the thick of it for the win here. I don't think they're going to bet her. I do think she'll be a price that's bettable at now 13-1. Angela likes Dear Bull, the 2, and I see the angle here. Harry Hernandez for Joe Roberts, and last time out, she just ran such a good race. Now, my only question was, it's a little dressed up. Anytime you sit in third behind a couple of front markers, that's the dream trip. But the way she won off, the way she opened up late tells me there's probably still more in the tank. And Angela Stout's a nice price, too. I'm surprised by that. Dear Bo is 6-1. 3 is a Minnesota bred against Open Company. Santos, the jockey, won 3 last night. Tony Rengsdorf's got the 1 and the 3. Look who this horse has been facing off against. She's My Warrior, Midnight Current, Golden Gopher, who's another horse in here. So facing good company, some natural speed, yet to win in the turf. But boy, the turf numbers certainly make this horse a contender, and you get a fair price at 8-1. 4 is Golden Gopher, Bridge Mahan for Gabriel Silva. Get these numbers. 14 starts on the Canterbury turf, 12 for 14 in the trifecta with 7 wins. Always in the mix. If you're building a trifecta and superfecta, in my opinion, you almost have to use number 4. She'll be there. She'll be rolling late. And right now she's co-favored at 5-2. The 5 is Fall Moon. Deep closer here. Quinones gets the call for Timmy P. 0 for 13 on the Canterbury turf is a bit pesky for me. Her numbers, though, tell me she can at least hit the ticket. And Tim Padilla's had such a great season training. It's hard to completely ignore. But 4 for 40 lifetime means if you're going to put her on top in that trifecta, you're braver than me. I think she can hit the ticket, but I think winning's going to be too much of an order in my exotic wagers. 6 is one of the 2 gypsies in here. This is Gypsy Wife, Lindy Wade for Kevin Eckelberry. The turf numbers are awesome. 73, 72, 77, 74, 74. You can draw a line through that dirt effort last time in Iowa. They're here for the turf. Kevin Eckelberry is a sharp horseman, and the fans are betting in kind. 5-2. Should be motoring late, Gypsy Wife. I'm on the other Gypsy horse. I'm going to try the 7 Gypsy Reward. Mac Robertson and my guy, Eduardo Gallardo, lightly raced on the turf. Only 2 starts, but both those starts tell me she loves it. She ran second last year and then came back this year with a nice win and a 74 fig. I think there's enough speed to set it up for her. I trust Mac. A nice little freshening here. Hasn't raced since August the 12th. I think that matters, and I think this horse will run big here at 5-1. 8 is Chica Boom, Cuban Pete's favorite horse. This is Constantino Roman for Bernie Rome. And, you know, like the 5 Fall Moon, the win part of the equation to me is pesky, but this is another horse that's got good connections that I think can outrun the odds a little bit. That's what makes this race so much fun to handicap. So, no, I can't eliminate the 8, and the fans are betting a little bit at 10-1. Outside horse is Paul Allen's selection. He's getting a great price, too. Royal's Little Diva. She's got speed. I think she'll have to use it because of the post draw. But if you remember last time out, a much softer field, but she lunged at the start and lost 3 or 4 lengths, and then she hustled up and got the lead. 99 out of 100 times, that horse is not going to win the race, but this horse was so sharp, she just kept going. Now, her speed figures are a little bit light, but I think she might find herself at some point right in the thick of it, maybe even turning for home. So why not at 14-1? Trust Paul Allen, who's been very good picking out long shots all season long with his handicapping. It's race 4. It's maybe the best betting race of the weekend. You owe it to yourself to dive in, find an opinion, bet it, and hope to cash, because if you can get the try or superfecta here, you could be in line for a lot of money. Big time fun here. Race number 4. Onto the lawn we go. On deck, race 5. And, of course, that starts the pick 5. So start getting those tickets ready. After the 5th, we decide the Bark in the Park Championship of the World. The excitement is everywhere. You're having fun and games like no place else, right out here at Canterbury Park.
Well, that's a sweet little ditty. Well done, Lynn Dykert. The call to the post brings the runners onto the track, and they are heading to a firm turf course for the fourth race. No scratches, no rider changes. Seems to be quite the contentious heat about 5 minutes from now. It says 2 minutes to post time. They will be heading basically directly to the gate given the heat, and the fourth race should be within the next 5 minutes. It's post time into the gate for the 4th on a steamy Sunday at CBY. Quebec, Chickaboom, and Royals Lil Diva. Then the 5th race, and then the All Breeds Championship. Royals Lil Diva goes in. 9 in a line. And the racing. Gypsy Reward is the gray who gallops out speedily. So does Desert Glow to the inside at 30-1. Starts singing, comes flying through runners to take second, and they have 1 lap to go. After that, Royals Lil Diva 20-1 from that outside spot, got down 3 wide. And on the inside of that is Golden Gopher, who just had to check off the heels of Desert Glow. Behind them is Dear Bow, and the Irish is 5th, but a very close 5th, just about 4 lengths out of it. 1.5 clear from Gypsy Wife, who has been passed by Chickaboom. Then we come to Fall Moon under a very, very tight hold by Alonso Quinones. Just 8 lengths from front to back, and Desert Glow does it stylishly. They're not going fast at all. Desert Glow leads it from Start Singing, who's under a triple hammerlock. Royals Lil Diva continues to advance steadily. Likewise for Golden Gopher sequestered. Behind them is Dear Bow. Dear Bow's to the outside of Golden Gopher. After that is Chickaboom, 5 lengths out of it to the outside of Gypsy Wife. Then we come to Gypsy Reward, and the one in last is Fall Moon, and the one in first still is Desert Glow. And it's Desert Glow grinding away from Start Singing. Right behind them, Dear Bow now gets the light of day inside Golden Gopher. On the far outside, Chickaboom's finishing nicely, and so is Gypsy Reward. They drive down to the line. It is Start Singing. Start Singing puts away Desert Glow, and Start Singing can belt out a tune in the winner's circle. Number 3, Start Singing, ran first at 5-1. 7, Gypsy Reward, second, and photography for the rest. Results are unofficial. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until the results of race 4 are declared official. This one was sponsored by Maker's Mark, Elegant Smooth Refined, and Bush Light, as crisp and cool as a mountain stream. Three, 7, 6-4. The fourth is official. Post time pick 4, $160.80. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a claim in race number 4, a $16,000 claim. Winning a two-way shake for number 2, Dear Bow, was trainer Tony Rengstorff for Arundel Ranch. That's number 2, Dear Bow, claimed for $16K. Rengstorff, Arundel. The fifth race is just 20 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 4, 5, and 7. 4, 5, and 7 do not run in race 5. And this one begins our 50-cent pick 5. 10% takeout, that's a nation low. No superfecta wagering in race number 5. And post time is right around 3:20. Into the winner's circle, start singing, and Adamar Santos. The winning owners, Suzanne Stables, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Start Singing wins for the first time on the turf, and she is a 4-year-old bay filly by declaration of war out of Puffy Feathers. Bred in Minnesota by Suzanne Stables. Race number 5 provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of CBY. racing. Gypsy Reward is the gray who gallops out speedily. So does Desert Glow to the inside at 30-1. Starts singing, comes flying through runners to take second, and they have 1 lap to go. After that, Royals Little Diva 20-1 from that outside spot, got down 3 wide, and on the inside of that is Golden Gopher, who just had to check off the heels of Desert Glow. Behind them is Dear Bow, and the Irish is 5th, but a very close 5th. Just about 4 lengths out of it. 1.5 clear from Gypsy Wife, who has been passed by Chickaboom. Then we come to Fall Moon under a very, very tight hold by Alonso Quinones. Just 8 lengths from front to back, and Desert Glow does it stylishly. They're not going fast at all. Desert Glow leads it from Start Singing, who's under a triple hammerlock. Royals Lil Diva continues to advance steadily. Likewise for Golden Gopher sequestered. Behind them is Dear Bow. Dear Bow's to the outside of Golden Gopher. After that is Chickaboom, 5 lengths out of it to the outside of Gypsy Wife. Then we come to Gypsy Reward, and the one in last is Fall Moon, and the one in first still is Desert Glow. And it's Desert Glow grinding away from Start Singing. Right behind them, Dear Bow now gets the light of day inside Golden Gopher. On the far outside, Chickaboom's finishing nicely, and so is Gypsy Reward. They drive down to the line. It is Start Singing. Start Singing puts away Desert Glow, and Start Singing can belt out a tune in the winner's circle. Haunted Haze jumping all over the place. Moving into third is Sweet Analyzer, and we're into the final 150, and Dominus Techum is a first-timer, very well meant. Wind Trip fights back gamely on the inside, but is not good enough to beat Dominus Techum on a Sunday. By Eye on Rye kicks clear by 3. Found Jordan, the new menacing presence to the inside. It's Eye on Rye, Found Jordan. That's it for Steph's top Nick. Eye on Rye has his eye on the prize, and Eye on Rye prevails. Fights back diligently, going at it as a narrow lead, and that's it for Scatamaran. Now, on the outside, Wild Time and Silent Sailor are engaging. They have a football field to go, going at it. Silent Sailor and Wild Time, but going at it is prevailing. Going at it, 3.5 to 1. Deer Bow now gets the light of day inside Golden Gopher. On the far outside, Chickaboom's finishing nicely, and so is Gypsy Reward. They drive down to the line. It is Start Singing. Start Singing puts away Desert Glow, and Start Singing can belt out a tune in the winner's circle.
Start Singing takes them at 5 to 1 in the fourth, and now we start the late pick 5 in this fifth race. 5.5 furlongs is the distance, and we got some scratches here. The only scratches on the card, in fact, but they were some crucial ones. Please take out 4, 5, and 7 from this mix, and Run Today was going to be a big factor in things in the fifth. But we start with the horse on the inside. I wish I could have Ted Gravelis come say this horse's name for me, but Botany on the inside is going to try to get back in the winner's circle off a 6th place finish. That was against Fire Sword. It was against this relative sort of horse, but some pace scratched out of here, and that will not help Botany, but he might be able to stay closer to a slightly softer pace. That's a lot of ifs, but right now you do get 9 to 1 on Botany. He has proven that he likes the surface, just needs to refine that form. Maybe today's the day. Would like a little bit more ground than 5.5. That would favor a horse like Johnny Up right next door. Johnny Up has won 2 in a row at 6 and now cuts back slightly in distance, but he's got the speed to keep himself in things. And the scratches benefited Johnny Up, frankly, more than they did most in here. Johnny Up is another one who loves the home surface. He is a Minnesota bred, and he just does have those 2 starts this year. Probably plenty still left to him, and right now he is your even money favorite. Shut Up Michael right next to there. I mean, that's fun to say, but this has not been a dirt horse thus far, nor a synthetic horse. He has been at his best on the turf, and Shut Up Michael is making a steep drop in class as well. That should help things, and this horse does have the speed to keep himself in contact and keep the dirt out of his face. It's just whether he actually likes it. I mean, Shut Up Michael has shown enough speed on that surface. We find out if he can carry it over, because he does have speed to his inside and his outside. We skip out to Language Barrier now, and Language Barrier, I would guess he and Botany will be somewhere near the back of the pack together, but Language Barrier comes off the turf course and he goes back to the dirt, where he was seen finishing just 2 lengths behind a speedy horse named Hit the Seam 2 starts ago. They were only going 5 furlongs that day. They get a little extra ground to work with this horse today, and if everybody decides they want to gun towards the front end, Language Barrier would be quite happy with a meltdown. He gets 7-1 right now on the 6th. Now the outside horse, Prize Fighter, just like Johnny Up, was one of the main beneficiaries of all the changes in here, and Prize Fighter likes to go out there and lead fields along with a clear margin. Prize Fighter might be able to do that in here. Really depends on Johnny Up and how quick he breaks and how much pressure he applies. If he can keep himself next to Prize Fighter, that seems to be his undoing. But if Prize Fighter gets clear, he gets brave, and he should be a much better price than the inside horse. Right now, he's 3-1. Prize Fighter, just another one that likes Canterbury's main surface, 4 for 8 in the exacta. And Prize Fighter now, again, landing the outside post, should be at a benefit to go in any kind of speed duel or just get clear and comfortable all by himself. As I mentioned, this starts the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. You can do pick 3s, you can do doubles, exactas, and tries in this 5th race. They go 5.5 furlongs. Again, that pick 5 is coming up next, and Kevin Gorg has the ticket. He'll take you through it shortly. Still plenty to go, including the best in show coming up.
Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the track for the 5th, beginning our pick 5. Scratch numbers 4, 5, and 7. No superfecta wagering in race 5.
All right, Canterbury faithful, time for our Pick 5 ticket. It's a $48 investment today. I like 2, 3, and 8 here. I thought the 8 might be lone speed with the scratches. The 2 is a must-use, my top pick in the race. And shut up, Michael. I think the 3 will drift upwards, and that might be the value of the 3 picks there. Race 6 looks pretty wide open to me. I'll use 4 horses in race 6, 1, 3, 4, and 5. My top pick is the 5, Swamp Trainer, who is 6-1 with Jermaine Bridgemahan. I'll pare it down to 2 horses in the final 3 legs, 4 and 5, Honey Bella and Lover Girl in the 7th. In the 8th, I'll use Mr. Insensitive and Railtown. In the last, War Chest and the power play, Casanova. 2, 3, 8 with 1, 3, 4, 5, with 4, 5, with 1, 3, with 1, 2. $48 ticket. You can play mine. You can modify my ticket, or you can play your own, but you can't win it if you don't get in it in just 2 minutes. The pick 5 starts. Hundreds, maybe thousands could be yours. Get your tickets in now.
It is now race time. Into the gate for the 5th. Prize Fighter goes in. Here they come. And they're racing. Johnny Up attempts to get the early lead, but has been passed by a couple. Language Barrier and Prize Fighter to the outside. Likewise for Shut Up Michael. The Irish come zooming through to the inside, and all of a sudden Johnny Up at 8-5 is about 5 lengths from the lead and far, far clear from Botany. They're into the far turn. Prize Fighter throwing haymakers to the outside of Language Barrier. Johnny Up now finds his feet and is beginning to cruise in, blowing by Shut Up Michael. And then we come to Botany, still far out of it. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Prize Fighter is fending challenges. Johnny Up with the red blinkers on the outside. Johnny Up is looking up as they head for home. Everything is positive for Johnny, and Johnny Up and Eddie G boot clear by 3. After that we have Language Barrier, then it's Prize Fighter, a late charge from Botany, and Shut Up Michael, but nobody's beating Johnny Up, who's home and cooled out. The 5th race is official, 2-6-1-3. Johnny Up, Language Barrier, Botany, and Shut Up Michael. Trifecta paid $27.65. And it was chalk all odds by $34. $7.60 for the exacta. And the double from race 4 paid $19.90. Pick 3 from race 3, $173. Race number 6 takes us back to the turf course. It's firm. No scratches, no rider changes. Pick 4 wagering on the final 4 live races today. Coming up shortly, the best in breed dog championship of the world. Into the winner's enclosure for a 3rd consecutive time. Here comes Johnny Up and Eduardo Gallardo. That's 3 for G. The winning owner, John Mentz. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Johnny is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Majestic Perfection out of 5-Star Swank. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, John Mentz. racing. Johnny Up attempts to get the early lead, but has been passed by a couple. Language Barrier and Prize Fighter to the outside. Likewise for Shut Up Michael. The Irish comes zooming through to the inside, and all of a sudden Johnny Up at 8-5 is about 5 lengths from the lead, and far, far clear from Botany. They're into the far turn. Prize Fighter throwing haymakers to the outside of Language Barrier. Johnny Up now finds his feet and is beginning to cruise in, blowing by Shut Up Michael. And then we come to Botany, still far out of it. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Prize Fighter is fending challenges. Johnny Up with the red blinkers on the outside. Johnny Up is looking up as they head for home. Everything is positive for Johnny, and Johnny Up and Eddie G boot clear by 3. After that we have Language Barrier, then it's Prize Fighter, a late charge from Botany, and Shut Up Michael, but nobody's beating Johnny Up, who's home and cooled out. The 5th race is over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been building towards this all summer long. This is the championship heat of the Bark in the Park. Basset Hounds, Corgis, and Wiener Dogs toe-to-toe for the championship of the dog speeding world. Here they come, led by the Basset Hounds on the inside. Let's meet number 1. Here is Scarlet. Representing Basset Hounds from post number 2, this is Georgie. Another happy hound from post 3. Will he be in charge? This is Charles. Charles. And the 4th Basset Hound to qualify for the championship heat. Here is Patches. And the fastest qualifier in my selection 2 months ago to win it all. Here comes Milo Bigglesworth, representing the Corgis. The next Corgi wearing the 6th saddlecloth. Give it up for Peanut. Peanut. And here comes Angela Herman's tout. Small on size, big on talent. The final Corgi to qualify. This is Thunder. Thunder. And last but not least, here come the wieners. Number 8, give it up for little Hopper. Hopper. One more wiener here before we get to the final wiener in line. Number 9, loud and proud, here comes Pearl. Pearl. And the betting favorite established by John Gruen, whose morning line is 8-5. The puppy to beat, representing the wieners from post 10, Cappuccino. Cappuccino. And here it comes. The championship we've been waiting for. 10 dogs, 1 trophy. Only one can say they were the best of all the breeds. This is it right now. Side bets are encouraged. Cappuccino favored at 8-5. Milo Bigglesworth second choice, 5-2. Thunder third choice at 5-1. Those are your betting favorites. The rest are all double digits. The handlers have given their dogs final instructions. These are the best of the best, so I don't think there's a lot of extra instruction needed. These are the 10 fastest. We've had months of races. We've had 4 different breeds. And in the end, out of hundreds of dogs here in Shakopee, these are the best 10, the fastest of the fast. Will it be a Basset Hound? Will it be a Corgi? Uh-oh, we've got a loose wiener. Wiener's loose. Good save. Pearl was so excited to race. Pearl's going back to the starting line. John Gruen trying to keep these assistant handlers in line. It's not easy. All right, the dogs are in position. You can hear the toys. You can see the eye contact that these assistant handlers are trying to keep with their beautiful dogs. What's that hand do? Okay, but yeah, we're not ready yet. Ooh, ooh. Patches is hungry, trying to get out there. Patches is really feisty, looking for a no-fall start. All right, the handlers are in position. We're seconds away, folks. History in the making. Ready, set, go! And there they go! And Milo Bigglesworth has been usurped by Thunder! Thunder and Milo's Bigglesworth! Here's the wire! Tight! Too tight! It's a photo finish! It was 7 Thunder, 5 Milo's Bigglesworth, and it's too close to call. It will take a replay to decide the trophy. This is it right here. John Gruen walking over to the microphone. He will make the call. He needs to watch this video. He has got the responsibility. There's Thunder. Watch Milo Bigglesworth get in the picture. It is a photo finish. Here comes the wire. Thunder, Milo, Thunder, Milo, Thunder, Milo, Milo Bigglesworth. Unbelievable. It is the 5. It is Milo Bigglesworth. Thunder second, and third went to Pearl. I'm sorry. Okay, Cappuccino? All I know is it went 5, 7, 10, 9 is the super. Milo Bigglesworth, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but beep, beep on that tout a couple hours ago. Hello. What a race. Give it up for these beautiful dogs who gave it all for us today on this warm Sunday. Thank you to the owners for bringing them out. A trophy presentation in the winner's circle, and Milo Bigglesworth at the shadow of the wire right there got all the money.
We're paging for Lisa Heckert from Waconia. Lisa Heckert from Waconia, please report to the Ashley Home Store table to claim your purple pillow prize.
All right, we've got 4 more great horse races for you, including this great pick 4 sequence that Angela Herman will build a ticket for. Starts with a very difficult turf race. I like this race a lot. I think there's some balance. I've got a price horse here that was 6-1 in the morning line. So let's handicap together, see if we can start that pick 4 out the right way. We'll start with number 1. Currently the betting choice on the board. This is Kurt's choice. Eduardo Gallardo looks to go back-to-back. He rides for Joel Burnt. He's won at a very high percentage for this barn. Trainer Joel Burnt puts the blinkers on here. We have a fast bullet workout to go with the new hood. We have an inside post, and we have speed. I'm guessing this horse is going to be on the front end and going to be tough to beat. Certainly one of the top players here in race number 6. It's Kurt's choice. 2 is Angela Herman's tout. I love that she's going to take a swing on a long shot. This is 40 Strangers. Matt Williams conditions, Lindy Wade, the pilot. I like the workout on August 23rd. Bloodlines are kind of, I would say, decent for the turf. And Lindy Wade, who was up with chatting with us earlier today in the press box, says this horse wants every bit of that 1 mile distance. So the distance certainly not going to be a problem. The price is going to be juicy. Angela Herman's tout is 40 Strangers. 3 is Smart Oxy. Alonzo Quinones for Jerry Livingston. Turf numbers are good. Ran against Jose Patio, who we'll see next Saturday in one of the big Festival Day Stakes races. So has been keeping good company and is a very, very nice price on the board. 4 is the morning line favorite. I think by the time the wagering ends and the dust settles at post time, the 1 and 4 will be virtually very similar in price. But right now, My Calante is a better price. And My Calante is a horse that's in very good form. 4 starts on the Canterbury turf, never worse than 3rd. Has a touch of closing kick for Joe Roberts. You get the bug boy, Barrios Lopez, so loads of positives there. I'm going to take a swing on the 5. I'm going to try Swamp Drainer. I love Jermaine Bridgman on the turf. And this horse, to me, just looks like a horse sitting on a good effort. 2 back, ran a huge race, did all the dirty work, and got caught by Runaway Ready, who's come back to win. And then last time out, Loring Park is a really good horse. And this horse just couldn't compete with Loring Park. Ran a decent race, gets a good stalking trip here. I think we'll be 5-6-1 come post time. I'll try Swamp Drainer. 6 has some early lick. This is Little Red Rifle. Comes right back after racing here last weekend. Another horse that ran into Jose Patio. And Jose Patio went so fast in the front, and this horse never had a chance. I think a much more comfortable pace scenario for Little Red Rifle. I think this horse can be involved here right from the opening of the gate and probably runs a much better race than we saw last week. Halo's Laddie is the 7 for Nancy Sheehan. Chad Lindsay rides this Minnesota bred who is facing open company. Never been on the turf. The turf bloodlines are okay, and the horse has good natural speed to help avoid a wide trip from a wide draw. Number 8 is Scary at Canterbury. Miguel Angel Silva, great long shot trainer, with Barejas, his go-to pilot astride. 0 for 7 in the career on the turf and an outside post. So no question this horse is going to have to step it up and run a much, much better race. One thing I'll say about the Silva barn, when they win at a price. And right now this horse is the longest shot on the board at 22-1. You'll notice that the cadence of what you do getting ready for a race is a little different with the heat. We're trying to move post times up a little here and have a little shorter time from the paddock to the gate. They need less time to warm up. So you'll notice right now, most days it's 7, 8, 9 minutes to post as they leave the paddock. Right now, we're 2 or 3 minutes away from a horse race. My point is, get your bets in early, get them in now, and get that pick 4 started. Angela Herman's got a ticket very shortly for you, a very competitive turf race. 4 more to go, lots of money still to play for, so play hard, play fast, and hopefully win. Good luck.
to the turf course for race number 6. They're going to be heading right to the gate, so the race will take off relatively soon.
They are heading to the gate very quickly, so we'll go through this pick 4 quickly. I just went 235 in here. My top pick is 40 Strangers. It's a stab. He's trying turf for the first time, but I was taking a stand against some of the horses that are taking a lot of money in here just because I thought they might be taken out of their game by some of the speed drawn into this event. So we'll spread out and single Honey Bella. She scratched out of a different spot for this. It sure looks like a good spot for her. 6 furlongs might be, right at the peak of what she wants to run, but she looks like she's drawn into an excellent spot in race number 7. I went 1, 4, and 7 using Mr. Insensitive. My top choice were 3 Rough Shots and Score McCoy moving back to the turf. They have different styles about them, but if things get very intense with Mr. Insensitive on the pace, 3 Rough Shots and Score McCoy will be coming late. The last race of the day is also on the turf. It's a contentious one, but I stayed towards the inside with a couple of horses who have shown a great fondness for this turf course, that being War Chest and Chocolate Ice Cream. They are going to head to the turf course very shortly for race number 6. Get your bets in now.
Arriving at the starting gate, and it's post time for race number 6, beginning the final pick 4 this week. The next live racing card is Saturday, Festival of Champions Day. It is Minnesota's state tournament for horse racing, nothing but Minnesotans, racing for more than $500,000 in prize money. That is next Saturday, Festival of Champions Day. CanterburyPark.com for information. Scary at Canterbury last in. And they're racing. Kurt's Choice, speedy from the inside. 40 Strangers, also with a certain degree of pace. Now on the outside, Scary at Canterbury revs up, and Smart Oxy also is in the thick of it, and we nearly have Forrest Stern approaching the turn. About 3.5 lengths after that to Little Red Rifle, firing along 8 lengths out of it. This early pace is fast. After that, we have Swamp Drainer securing the inside, saving ground with Bridgie. About 9 lengths from the front, and to the inside of My Calante. The one in last is Halo's Laddie. Up the barn side they go, and the bookenders go 1-2. Inside, Kurt's Choice, badgered by Scary at Canterbury. Kurt's Choice 3-1, Scary at Canterbury 30-1, and Kurt's Choice with those shades pulls clear by a neck. After that, 40 Strangers to the inside of Smart Oxy. Then we come back to Swamp Drainer closing in with Little Red Rifle. Then it's My Calante, and Halo's Laddie is tailed off. Halo's Laddie a mile out of it. Kurt's Choice kicks away by 3. Kurt's Choice 3. Between runners, Little Red Rifle is emerging to the outside of 40 Strangers. Swamp Drainer looking for the light of day and gets it, and now they head for home. Kurt's Choice trying to take them the distance. Kurt's Choice laboring a bit but leading. Outside of that, Swamp Drainer in between them is 40 Strangers. Then on the wide side, My Calante. Here comes Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer from My Calante. Swamp Drainer. Bridgie. Number 5, Swamp Drainer first. Photo for the rest. Number 4, My Calante, second. It's 5-4, 1-2. Race number 6, official. Trifecta 37.80. The 10-cent superfecta 5412 $39.16. Exacta 19.60. The double from race 5 paid $19.50. And the pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $173.50. So the last pick 3 paid 173 to 1 on your dollar. And we have our final pick 3 this week, beginning in 17 minutes, expediting the post times with race number 7 just 18 minutes from now. And that pick 3 begins with race 7 on a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. As Swamp Drainer receives a well-deserved bath for his toil, we remind you, Labor Day racing tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Labor Day racing tomorrow at 1 o'clock, then Festival of Champions Day next Saturday.
He gonna know when he get his first pavement scraping. He gonna know what it feel like. Oh, bro. That boy in a diaper? Man, he know the way. He know how to get around over there. Man, he getting big.
The Hate to Feel purse is official, and the winner is Swamp Drainer and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Swamp Drainer is owned and trained by Robin Lee Spencer.
Oh, he's pimping. Hey, he's pimping. What's up, dude? Hey, Hannah. What's that? That's a milkshake? You don't know if he's lactose yet? Really? So when you gonna give him that chocolate milk? Really? When you gonna hit him with that strawberry milk? I love strawberry milk. What you on the grill over there? He's talking about he eating that all weekend, bro. Yeah.
And they're racing. Kurt's Choice, speedy from the inside. 40 Strangers, also with a certain degree of pace. Now on the outside, Scary at Canterbury revs up, and Smart Oxy also is in the thick of it, and we nearly have Forrest Stern approaching the turn. About 3.5 lengths after that to Little Red Rifle, firing along 8 lengths out of it. This early pace is fast. After that, we have Swamp Drainer securing the inside, saving ground with Bridgie. About 9 lengths from the front, and to the inside of My Calante. The one in last is Halo's Laddie. Up the barn side they go, and the bookenders go 1-2. Inside, Kurt's Choice, badgered by Scary at Canterbury. Kurt's Choice 3-1, Scary at Canterbury 30-1, and Kurt's Choice with those shades pulls clear by a neck. After that, 40 Strangers to the inside of Smart Oxy. Then we come back to Swamp Drainer closing in with Little Red Rifle. Then it's My Calante, and Halo's Laddie is tailed off. Halo's Laddie a mile out of it. Kurt's Choice kicks away by 3. Kurt's Choice 3. Between runners, Little Red Rifle is emerging to the outside of 40 Strangers. Swamp Drainer looking for the light of day and gets it, and now they head for home. Kurt's Choice trying to take them the distance. Kurt's Choice laboring a bit but leading. Outside of that, Swamp Drainer. In between them is 40 Strangers. Then on the wide side, My Calante. Here comes Swamp Drainer from Mike Galante, Swamp Drainer, Bridgie.
All right, folks, here we go. Race number 7, back on a fast main track. 5 horses to choose from, so it's a smaller, more compact field. But if you look at the morning line, it looks like a very, very competitive race, top to bottom. Honey Bella is going to be favored, I believe, and rightfully so. It's my top pick in the race, but I don't think it's a slam dunk. Let's take a look at the field inside out. Starting with number 1, Sweet Carolina. Constantino Roman for Tony Rengsdorf. Tried the mud last time, and boy, did she enjoy that wet track. Just galloped off. I mean, really impressive looking win at 6.5 furlongs. Won by 8 lengths. So the horse is sharp. Horse was competitive at Gulfstream, Ellis Park, even ran a nice third on debut at Churchill Downs. So she has kept some very good company. Her running style is what probably concerns me the most. Now, there's speed in the race, but she likely will be 6, 7, 8 lengths off the pace. It's very hard in the heat to make up ground. She's got talent. There's no question. She's a homebred for Winchester Place. They have so many great horses over the years. So certainly a horse to watch, certainly a horse to fear in the stretch, and I can't wait to see when this horse kind of gets all grown up. She's 4 now, but she's got some route ability. She's got some turf ability. She's very versatile. And on the board right now, a nice better's number. 2 is Check Cashing Connie. Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson. Familiar connections for the Minbred. And last time out at 1 mile and 70 yards, she was facing $100,000 stakes foes, and it did not go well. She ran 4th, beaten 26 and change. So she gets a little class relief, even though this is open company. It's open company in name only because the one horse is a Kentucky bred. The other 4 are all Minbred. So I would look at this as a certain class drop from what she faced last time out in Thunder's Rock and Roll, who we'll see next weekend on Festival Day. She's got good stalking speed. She can sit off the pace. She's kept some good company. Sir Sterling, she's gone up against Cupid's Crush and the aforementioned Thunder's Rock and Roll. Speed of the race might be the 3, and I really do respect the daily grind that is handicapping for a paper. I used to do it. And Jay Litz is phenomenal, very sharp, and he really likes this horse. So I'm definitely going to give her a long look. I think she's loose. We get Lindy Wade. We get Valerie Lunn. And one of the real positive handicapping angles I see is she's got a little freshening in her. It's the dog days of summer. And in late July, she ran a turf race that didn't go her way. So what does Valerie Lunn do? Gives her a little breather. 5, 6 weeks off, couple of nice workouts, including August 20th, blitzing 4 furlongs. 47 flat breezing, second fastest of 39 that worked out that day. So that tells me that she'll be legged up and ready to go. And if she can get the lead and clear off and relax, she could be a handful in the stretch. Honey Bella is the 4, my top pick in the race. I think the 4 probably sits just outside, maybe a length behind the 3 who figures to be on the front. Double H, Harry Hernandez gets the call for Mac Robertson. She's ultra consistent. 8 tries on the Canterbury main track, 6 for 8 in the exacta. So she's always first or second, it seems like to me. Turf to dirt on the cutback. Looks like a really good spot for Honey Bella. I think she presses and pounces. The X factor for me is the outside horse. That's Lover Girl. Quinones gets the call for Matt Williams. Now, this horse clearly this year has not been the same horse she was last year when she looked like she could be any kind. She debuted and won by 12. She came back in a $100,000 stakes race at 13-1 and just crushed. So she's undefeated. She comes back to Canterbury, runs her first race back in opening weekend in May, and runs a good second to Cupid's Crush. And then the last 2 efforts just haven't been there. We get first Lasix. We get a nice workout since. And I love the outside post for Lover Girl. She can sit, track, and try to jump them when they come down the stretch. Very, very fun race to handicap. All 5 in with a chance. Honey Bella, though, looks too tough for me. I'm going to stick with my guy, Mac Robertson. Race 7, the final pick 3 of the day. 6 furlongs. Should be a real good race. Good luck. Get your bets in now. Angela and I will take you through the late double.
onto the track for the 7th race. A talented quintet takes off about 3 minutes from now. Parents following the 9th race, don't forget, each and every Sunday, we bring the kids onto the dirt track for a couple of races. They're about 30 yards in distance, one for kids 7 years of age and younger, and the other for those 8 and older. That'll be about 10 minutes after the 9th and final race. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle. Every Sunday this summer at Canterbury, any of our guests that showed their quick rewards card became eligible to win a $100 gas card and qualified to win free fuel for a year. Compliments of Quick Trip. Here's the winner, Mr. Dave Dayon. Congratulations, David. Everybody join us next summer and bring your quick rewards card for your opportunity to win free fuel for a year, courtesy of Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. And they've reached the gate. It is now race time. Into the starting gate they roll. Sweet Carolina, 5-1, the only non-Minnesotan in the race. Honey Bella is even money. And they move in line. Sweet Carolina. Check cashing Connie and the hot jock Amaretto D'Amore. To back One out. They ready now. And they're racing. Honey Bella, holy cow, put 3 on the field right when the 5 stalls opened. And it's Honey Bella with the lead, 5 furlongs to travel. Lover Girl takes up the running in second. Then it's Check Cashing Connie. And they are 6 lengths clear from Amaretto D'Amore. And Sweet Carolina is 13 lengths behind Honey Bella, racing well off the inside. In fact, out in path 3, Honey Bella leads at 2. Check Cashing Connie, a narrow second from Lover Girl, who goes on the move. Then it's Amaretto D'Amore, 5 out of it, far clear from Sweet Carolina. Midway through the turn, 5/16 of a mile to go. And it's Honey Bella and Harry, 1.5. Lover Girl ships all in. Likewise for Check Cashing Connie. And then we come back to Amaretto D'Amore. Sweet Carolina still a mile out of it. And Honey Bella's lead is narrowing. It is Honey Bella, 1 and change. Lover Girl launching an effort to the outside, but Honey Bella's trying to fight it off. Then we come back to Amaretto D'Amore into the final football field. Here comes Lover Girl, and there goes Lover Girl right to the winner's circle. Put a Q around the 7th. Number 5, Lover Girl, first. Honey Bella, second. Sweet Carolina, third. Amaretto D'Amore, fourth. And race 7, 5413, is official. On to the 8th. It is the Sunday penultimate, and it begins Dr. Dan's late double. To the firm turf course we go with no scratches. The 8th is provided by Continental Diamond and continentaldiamond.com. Last year's Northern Lights debutante champion gets her first win of 2023. Here she comes to the winner's enclosure. It's Lover Girl and Alonzo Quinones. Matt Williams is the winning trainer. The winning owners, Gary and Brenda Bergsrud. And the talented Lover Girl is a 3-year-old brown filly by Congrats out of Vicar's Daughter. Bred in Minnesota by one of the winning owners, Gary Bergsrud. racing. Honey Bella, holy cow, put 3 on the field right when the 5 stalls opened. And it's Honey Bella with the lead. 5 furlongs to travel. Lover Girl takes up the running in second. Then it's Check Cashing Connie. And they are 6 lengths clear from Amaretto D'Amore. And Sweet Carolina is 13 lengths behind Honey Bella, racing well off the inside. In fact, out in path 3, Honey Bella leads at 2. Check Cashing Connie, a narrow second from Lover Girl, who goes on the move. Then it's Amaretto D'Amore, 5 out of it, far clear from Sweet Carolina. Midway through the turn, 5/16 of a mile to go. And it's Honey Bella and Harry, 1.5. Lover Girl ships all in. Likewise for Check Cashing Connie. And then we come back to Amaretto D'Amore. Sweet Carolina still a mile out of it. And Honey Bella's lead is narrowing. It is Honey Bella, 1 and change. Lover Girl launching an effort to the outside, but Honey Bella's trying to fight it off. Then we come back to Amaretto D'Amore into the final football field. Here comes Lover Girl, and there goes Lover Girl right to the winner's circle. Put a Q around the 7th.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman, getting you ready for the late daily double. This should be quite a puzzle to solve. And anytime I look at a race like this, and look at this is a race where these horses are still trying to figure things out, there's the potential for some chaos. We've seen a well-fancied horse. We've seen a nice price in the pick 5. And then the second choice, just one Lover Girl. Still potential for a nice payoff here.
Yes, and we have 2 turf races to end things, and they weren't easy turf races by any means. And you'll see that when we talk about our picks in here, because we have kind of opposite takes on the last 2 races. Kevin has a horse with some speed in here. I thought there was enough speed to soften that one up. I took a closer, which has not been an easy order today. But as we go through the 8th, you do have some horses who don't have turf form. You got sprinters stretching out. That was my main concern with some of the speed horses. But what angle do you take with an open claimer like this? Because you do have some Minbreds that have form against Minnesota breds. But do you take a new phase? Like, where do you go in this one? Why did you end up on Railtown?
It's class for me. When I handicap a maiden $10,000 race, I like horses that have been knocking heads at the special weight level or a higher-priced maiden claimer, and that's exactly what Railtown is. Railtown has been at Lone Star, Sam Houston. I see maiden special weights all the way through. I see one maiden 25 race where the horse ran 4th at 7-1. We're 3rd time off the layoff. We're on a giant drop in class. We've got speed, but we don't need the lead. I mean, I think the 1 and 3 to me just stand out in this race. And you're right. We have a different opinion. That's what makes the game so great. We can go to the window and back up our opinions. But to me, those are the 2 horses that have faced better competition. Yeah. I see it, though. There's enough speed to set it up. It is Mac Robertson on your 4 horse. I just think the 3 has just got way too much class here.
And that's a very fair assessment of it. When you do want to take something into account, you have to take an opinion. Class can be one. I'm taking 3 rough shots because of the setup of the race, because I think that the other Robertson horse on the stretch out is going to go and make sure that 3 rough shots has something to run down, because 3 rough shots doesn't have speed, and he's tried to chase a couple of slow paces up here. You can see that even the first 2 fractions, he stayed fairly close, but he has a better late kick than he does have a cruising speed, at least from the races that we've seen up here. So if this horse can get anything in front of him, I think the 3 rough shots can get the job done in start number 5. This is a family that's done well here, even though this is an Ontario bred. There's been some Minbreds in the past from this family that have loved the turf, have loved Canterbury turf, and maybe have taken a little while to develop too, and he fits all of those boxes.
You and I spend a lot of time in the paddock watching these horses on the monitors, and how much on a day like this do you put into the appearance? As right on cue, our TV department is so good. We get to see these horses now for the first time. How much do you put into that? Because I believe on these warm days, there's a greater window into how these horses are feeling. And I know Lover Girl's a good-looking horse, but you and I were watching that horse warm up, and I was just mesmerized by how good she looked. Yeah. She ran to those looks. Yeah. Here's a maiden claimer.
All right.
It's certainly a race where I would consider how they look. And what do you look for?
Well, I would look for a horse that has some energy on a day like this, because it gets the best of all of us, but some horses just handle it. Some humans handle it better than others. Some horses handle it better than others. And whoever is just handling the heat and has a bit of fitness to them will work for me. I'm looking for a horse that has a bit of fitness, that isn't coming off a layoff, maybe that isn't stretching out unless they have good speed and looked like they had something left. It's just a testing day for horses as far as weather goes. And it's just something that they might not be used to either, especially if they're a Minnesota bred. They don't see these kind of days all that often, so it's just something new for them, and you'd see how they handle it as they go.
And there's the one right there, Mr. Insensitive, who I think makes a real nice impression here. Big, strong-looking horse, going to draw the inside, likely going to be on the engine right out of the gate. And, yeah, from what I'm seeing physically here, certainly makes a good enough impression to stay on my ticket, and I think the horse has a big shot.
Yeah, he does, and he drew the rail again. Last time that cost him because he didn't break very well, and he wasn't a contributor to the pace. Now, Mr. Insensitive was also on the main track when he did that, so maybe getting back to turf and getting back to 2 turns will help the cause, and he'll be a bit sharper, but he has to be if he's going to take on Your Horse, and if he's going to take on Frosted Temptation, if he's going to take on Burn Boss. Any of the horses to his outside that could take him out of his game are some of the reasons why I put Mr. Insensitive underneath.
There's Lucky's Lane. Joel Burnt, when winning a bunch of races, he's got multiple wins on this card. I have the horse 4th in my analysis, so I think the horse has a chance, but I needed to see more.
And the first time that we saw him up here in June, he didn't want to go in the gate. He got pretty hot. Keep an eye on him on the track, because Lucky's Lane is one that has given out some signals before the race as to what you can expect from him, and he's one that you're going to want to keep an eye on right up to the gate.
There's your horse right there who makes a very good impression, Angela.
He does. Yeah, 3 rough shots is looking good around there. I mean, he's not bouncing around on his toes or anything like that, but it doesn't look like he's getting overly hampered by the heat. And 3 rough shots, I mean, he just looks like he's in a really good spot. He's run on hot days before, but 3 rough shots just is dependent on pace. That's the hole that you can poke in him, is that he needs something to run down.
If something quirky, crazy, impossible on paper happens here, who was the goofball that could spoil the party in the pick 5?
I thought it might be the outside horse, Score McCoy. Last time he came, it didn't even look like he was going to finish anywhere. And all of a sudden he came flying on the outside and made his way, as you can see, in even the lines, all the way from 5th up to 2nd. But he was absolutely cruising at the end of that 6 furlong race, getting an extra furlong and a half. He has to show that he can carry that back to the turf, because frankly his 2 turf races thus far have left you with a little good memory. But Score McCoy was doing those 2 off a layoff, and then second off a layoff. He might just be a more fit horse now, and he, just like 3 rough shots, could benefit for how this race sets up, at least in my eyes. But you saw it much differently, and if anybody is going to keep Railtown honest, who are you looking for to either back off Railtown or who's going to make your day a long one?
Well, I want to see Railtown set off the pace, and I love that Lindy Wade takes the call here.
Okay.
He's such a patient rider, and I think the 1 and 5 are going to go. I think 3 is going to get that dream trip in 3rd, and we'll see how good he is. But I have a strong opinion here. I really like the 3 a lot in this race. I think the 1 is the horse to fear late, but I do see your angle with the 4, and I love that you're on a solo island up there trying to get this horse home at a price. We'll see how this shakes out. We'll come back and give you the post-game show after race 8 as we get ready to close the show for race number 9. Take care. Good luck, everybody.
Here they come onto the turf course for the 8th race to begin the double on races 8 and 9. They're at the gate, and it is post time. And they're moving in line. 7 set to battle. Our final race today also on the turf. Labor Day racing tomorrow at 1. Next Saturday, Festival of Champions. CanterburyPark.com for information. Score McCoy, last in. Alrighty now. And they're racing. Bit of a rough beginning for Score McCoy, but a swift beginning for Railtown. And Railtown strides away by 1.5. After that, Frosted Temptation to the inside of Burn Boss, and a Lucky's Lane cruises up to the inside of them. Actually, that's 3 Roughshods. 3 Roughshods under a very tight pull, 2 lengths out of it. Then it's Mr. Insensitive, 5th and 6th from the lead. Score McCoy, second last, and Lucky's Lane can see them all. And the one up top is Railtown, and Railtown picks up the tempo, opens up by 3. After that, Frosted Temptation to the inside of Burn Boss. Score McCoy's making a mid-race move to the outside of 3 Roughshods. Mr. Insensitive, 9 out of it, and Mr. Insensitive is still clear from Lucky's Lane, and now they begin to tighten into the far turn, and they're chasing Railtown, and Railtown, the 7-5 favorite, has wire to wire on his mind. He is 4 lengths clear from 3 Roughshods. That one rolls into second, blowing by Frosted Temptation. After that, Mr. Insensitive and Burn Boss. Then it's Lucky's Lane and Score McCoy. They're into the final 250. Lindy Wade is all over Railtown, and Railtown has a 4-length advantage over number 4, 3 Roughshods. After that, Mr. Insensitive, but Railtown has taken them wire to wire. Three Railtown first. 3-4-1-5, and it's unofficial. Eighth official. Race number 9 is just 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes in the 9th race.
Not much, Johnny. Got a draft party later. Ooh. Pick 10. On 12. On 12? What you think?
Into the winner's circle, it's Railtown and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth. He's Lindy Wade. Railtown is owned by Ron Stolich and the winning trainer, Ray Ashford Jr.
I can stack like digs and on the turn and get ounces on the coast and then besides that, I don't know. What's gonna happen? Cooper Cup's gonna be available in for sure. Yeah, he's gonna get dropped probably later after that. So yeah, Taylor. And then like Chubb or Barkley. They're probably the best running backs then. Yep. It's a little hot. I planned on we were supposed to draft outside, but maybe it cools down a little bit. Yeah.
And they're racing. Bit of a rough beginning for Score McCoy, but a swift beginning for Railtown. And Railtown strides away by 1.5 after that Frosted Temptation to the inside of Burn Boss, and a Lucky's Lane cruises up to the inside of them. Actually, that's 3 roughshods under a very tight pull, 2 lengths out of it. Then it's Mr. Insensitive, 5th and 6th from the lead. Score McCoy, second last, and Lucky's Lane can see them all. And the one up top is Railtown, and Railtown picks up the tempo, opens up by 3. After that, Frosted Temptation to the inside of Burn Boss. Score McCoy's making a mid-race move to the outside of 3 roughshods. Mr. Insensitive, 9 out of it, and Mr. Insensitive is still clear from Lucky's Lane, and now they begin to tighten into the far turn, and they're chasing Railtown, and Railtown, the 7-5 favorite, has wire to wire on his mind. He is 4 lengths clear from 3 roughshods. That one rolls into second, blowing by Frosted Temptation. After that, Mr. Insensitive and Burn Boss. Then it's Lucky's Lane and Score McCoy. They're into the final 250. Lindy Wade is all over Railtown, and Railtown has a 4-length advantage over number 4, 3 roughshods. After that, Mr. Insensitive, but Railtown has taken them wire to wire.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you up here in the prestigious press box. We get set to close the show on this Sunday. Kids will run on the track at the conclusion of this race, 7 and under in one heat, 8 and older in the other. And, folks, we have holiday racing tomorrow. Mark your calendars. Come on back. 1 o'clock first post tomorrow. Then we're off until next Saturday for Festival Day, Ange. That's going to be spectacular. 13th will be the final Wednesday night of racing, and the 16th, a Saturday, a week after the festival's closing day. So let's make the most of the time we have. I love our turf races. I love these pick 5 sequences that come down to a race like this where there's plenty of data, right? These horses have all been knocking heads together. You mix in a little chocolate ice cream here on a hot Sunday, and this has a really nice feel to a race that's fun to handicap.
Yeah, it's a good group of horses, but there's 2 from the Asperino camp. One of them has speed. You have been talking about Casanova for about 3.5, 4 hours, so why don't you tell us why you like him so much?
Beat most of these last time going longer. I just don't see a ton of speed in this race. I really don't. I love chocolate ice cream. It's one of my favorite horses on the grounds. He needs pace. I don't see any pace here. Maybe the 2 inherits the lead. Maybe the 4 goes, but outside of that, I don't see a lot in terms of real fast horses on the front end. I think it's going to be a slowish pace. I think they're going to kind of dawdle their way around the track and then sprint for home. And if you can win at 1 mile and 3/8, I think you can win at this distance. And he's sharp right now. And I love this horse. So the pick 5 comes down. The ticket we gave out comes down to the 1 or the 2. I respect the heck out of the 3. There is a scenario, though, where this 3 horse can win because this horse always seems to fire.
Yeah, I know. I took a closer in the last race. That didn't pan out from a pace standpoint. You'll probably get the same thing with Casanova. A lot of closers in here. If everybody takes back off Casanova, the race is his out of the gate. So, 5-2 would be stealing. I don't know if you'll get that. I don't think you will.
I don't think so either.
But, yeah, Casanova makes all sorts of sense. And Bob's all in here is 0 for 8 over the turf course from the same camp. But this one definitely looks pointed towards the inside runner of the 2 Asperinos.
So if there is a scenario where chocolate ice cream is going to be in a good spot,
a miracle?
4 and 2 could hook up, right? Because 4 is fast. 4, I think Lindy has to go here. I know he's known for his patience. I think he has to go on the 4. Casanova showed last time he could lay off that pace. I don't know. Other than that, I just don't see a ton of pace.
Yeah, I know. I just think that they'll dawdle the more that I look at it. And Super Wise comes out of a couple of 1 mile and 3/8 races himself, and he did stay closer to the pace in those than he did in that 7.5 furlong race prior to that. He wasn't far off it. I don't know who's going to push each other along enough. I kind of give up trying to predict the pace because that's just not going to work. Chocolate Ice Cream needs a lot of help on the front end. I don't think he gets it in here now that I look at it more. And it looks like a tough race. He might be up against it a little bit.
What do you think of the inside horse? Because that was the horse that was taking all the early money.
Same thing. War Chest and Chocolate Ice Cream were built in the same mold. I think the War Chest might be able to stay closer, but really at their best, they both do the exact same thing. That's why I took them first and second. But upon further examination, it really doesn't look like a great opinion.
All right, well, let's take a look when the horses come out and how they're behaving. We've got a little lull here. And remember, it's a little different cadence here. You're used to kind of making your bets after the horses leave the paddock, but they're leaving the paddock now with 2 or 3 minutes up on that board. A little less time in the heat. These horses will be warmed up and ready to go. We'll take a look at the horse flesh. We also want to talk about Festival Day a week from next Saturday. And it's going to be huge. It's going to be gigantic. It's going to be big fun. What excites you the most about, just in general, over the years, watching Festival Day unfold?
Festival Day is just fun because we get to know all those people really well. It's the same thing with Made in Minnesota Day, though. These are the people that you get to know, the horses that you get to know over long periods of time because they race so much here. This is their grand prize. The Festival of Champions is what they have in mind when they breed these horses at first. Maybe bigger dreams than that, but for a Minnesota bred, that's it. And the Festival of Champions provides opportunity for horses to go into spots that they excel. And it usually turns out to be a great showcase, not always with prices, of the best that we have. And I just love it. I love it every year. It's fun. The energy around here is great.
What I love about you is when I first met you, you had a hero in Real Quiet, and that was a national horse, a Kentucky Derby winner, a really fun horse to follow now with the bloodlines. We see it all the time. I want to know, when you were little Angela Herman, coming to the racetrack, falling in love with this game now that is so much a part of our lives and it's part of our passion every day, who was the first horse for you? Maybe it was a festival horse, maybe it wasn't. For me, it was Hoister Flag. I've talked about it a lot. Who was the first horse you fell in love with that ran here at Canterbury that stoked that fire?
I don't know. I got to be honest, I don't know.
You were little.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you right now, for me, it was Hoister Flag. As far as the festival goes, and, again, we talked and cherished a little bit of memories with Dale Shenian here a week and change ago, and such a big loss for all of us in the Canterbury family. But Croc Rock was one of those horses for me. I love race horses that just do their thing each and every time they come on the track. And Mr. Dale, rest in peace. We miss you. We love you. And thanks for giving us so many great memories, Croc Rock being one of those. And we'll get a chance to celebrate Mr. Dale and Croc Rock during that festival next week. But he was a horse that just oozed class, had so much speed and so much talent. Let's take a look as the horses come out at how they're behaving. Again, it's a warm day, but now it's starting to, get a little shade in the paddock. We'll see how these horses kind of line up. And, certainly these are battle-tested horses. We got an 8-year-old, 7-year-old, a 9-year-old in the mix, a 4-year-old, another 8-year-old, and a 5-year-old. So these horses have been there and done that. You're not going to see a lot of real alacrity out of them in the paddock, but I don't see anybody misbehaving.
No, and I don't think that there's too many in here who have a pattern of that sort of thing. I mean, Casanova usually gets a little warm, but that's just him. I mean, I've seen him do that before, and he runs just fine with it. So does Sergeant Sermon sometimes, but I don't know. I mean, these are all pros. They know what they're doing, and they have the resumes where it is a tough and fun race, even despite its size. And I don't think that you're going to glean too much from their behavior as far as the paddock and on the track goes. It's really one of the races that I think they'll run pretty straightforward to their form on paper, at least in looking at it again.
Yeah, there's the one just went by a little bit ago. That's War Chest. And, here's a horse that's now making career start number 55. These are horses I just love, man. I mean, this horse just loves to run. Done well at Canterbury. 13 starts on this turf course, has 4 of his 7 victories here in Shakopee on this lawn. Looked like a winner, frankly. I went back and watched that replay from August 16th last time. Probably didn't want the mile and 3/8. I think this distance, mile and 16th, hits him right where he loves it. And I think another factor that probably won't play out as much in this race, Ange, because we only have 6, but I think when you're handicapping a race like this and they come out of the chute, it's not a 2-turn race, it's a 3-turn race. So everything kind of gets magnified early in the race. I don't think a lot of handicappers take that into consideration. As you mentioned, not a ton to really dissect as far as pace goes, but I mean, there are horses like the 6 Bob's All In that's probably going to get hung wide, at least in the first 2 turns, because they come up quick.
I mean, he's one of that fleet that we talked about earlier who are just dead closers. I mean, Bob's All In doesn't have any speed. And I mean, if you look at his record, and granted, he's run 94 times, those turf wins are not here at Canterbury, and just in general when he was down to Turf Paradise, he's picking up pieces, and he did get a win in February, but that was against a little easier group, I would say, than this one. He got up by a half length that day, but it's just not been his turf course in recent history. I think that he's in there with the interest of Casanova.
Angela and I will return tomorrow for a lovely holiday Monday of racing. We've got 8 races for Labor Day. We wish you the best of luck here in the Lucky Last. Head to CanterburyPark.com. You'll find all kinds of good nuggets there. Watch your replays there. You can find pro picks there from Angela, Jay Litza, the Oracle, who's a ghost right now in the press box. All kinds of fun stuff. Go to CanterburyPark.com. Here is the grid of selections. Jay Litza and I are pushing all our chips and looking to go Casanova as a couple of lovebirds head to the fair tonight. Good luck, everybody.
1 minute. Don't get shut out.
Approaching the gate.
Don't get shut out. Bet more, win more.
It's race time.
Good luck, everybody.
Moving in line for the lucky last on this Sunday in Shakopee. Back at it tomorrow, Labor Day racing at 1 o'clock. Sarge's Sermon moving in. Cashinova 6-5 in favored. Cashinova moving in now. Here comes the 9-year-old chocolate ice cream 3-1. Team Revax War Chest 2-1. Cashinova now even money. Bob's all in, and here they come. And there racing, and they're off beautifully. Super Wise with super good early speed. War Chest finds the front with Harry, and War Chest takes the lead as they pass us for the first time. Super Wise at 6-1 lays second. Then it's the veteran Chocolate Ice Cream, close handy and 2.5 from the lead. Sarge's Sermon rolls up 2 wide and is just 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead. Then we come back to Bob's All In, and Cashanova can see them all 6 lengths from front to back, and they're chasing the one War Chest. War Chest finds the front, opens up by 1.5. Super Wise lays second. After that, Sarge's Sermon hoping to preach in the winner's circle at 19-1. Then we come back to Chocolate Ice Cream, the veteran, under a tight hold by Bridge Mahan, steadily advancing. Bob's All In is next, and then we come to Cashanova, very much in touch with the field. 6 separated by 4, could be a humdinger, and they're still chasing War Chest, and War Chest held together nicely by the leading man, leads at 1.5. Chocolate Ice Cream being angled to the outside and blowing by Super Wise, who's doing the moonwalk. Sarge's Sermon goes to third. After that, Cashanova on the move. White blinkers behind War Chest. Cashanova, a menacing presence, and up goes Chocolate Ice Cream and the 9-year-old. Old guy, the veteran's feeling good today. Cashanova's next. Then it's Sarge's Sermon and a resurgent War Chest, but it's Chocolate Ice Cream failing to melt on a sultry Sunday in Shakopee.
Oh. Oh. Dad.
And the 9th race is official. Chocolate Ice Cream paid $11.80 for a $2 win wager. Final pick 3, 58.20. Final pick 4, 163.80. And the pick 5 today, $480.60. In the winner's circle, chocolate ice cream and Jermaine Bridgemahan. The winning owner, Patrick Fields. And the winning trainer, Lynn Rarick. All right, kids, get a chance to run on the racetrack here coming up soon. First race for kids 7 years of age and younger. The second race for those 8 years of age and older. You're going to run down to the finish line, turn around, and run back. And that's how it works. So once we get Canterbury Park personnel established at the finish line, we're going to bring y'all into the winner's circle, stand behind the line, no cheating, and then we're going to let it rip. Here they come. And they're racing, and they're off beautifully. Super Wise with super good early speed. War Chest finds the front with Harry, and War Chest takes the lead as they pass us for the first time. Super Wise at 6-1 lays second. Then it's the veteran Chocolate Ice Cream. All righty, boys and girls, come on in. First race for kids 7 years of age and younger. Stand behind the line, please. You're going to run down to the finish line and run back. This is for kids from front to back and younger. Chasing the one, War Chest. War Chest finds the front, opens up by 1.5. Super Wise lays second. After that, Sarge's Sermon, hoping to preach in the winner's circle at 19-1. Then we come back to Chocolate Ice Cream, the veteran, under a tight hold by Bridgemahan, steadily advancing. Bob's All In is next, and then we come to Cashanova. Very much into. Give me fist. You're an angel of the Lord appeared, okay? You don't have to look at me like that. I'm carrying this. I'm on the other side of what you're looking at right now. Y'all ready? All right. Okay, down to the finish line and back. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls, steaming on a sultry Sunday in Shakopee. Now, you stop, turn around, go as fast as you can, and run back to the line. The kid in the yellow shirt with those long strides, and the kid in the baseball cap gets up in time. Nice job, everybody. Nice job, everybody. All righty, now big boys and girls, 8 years of age and older, head out to the old racetrack and get ready to fly. Parents, you're welcome to come onto the track if you want to take pictures or videotape or anything. Everybody behind the line. Ready. Now, the key word here is spelled G-O, not R-E-A-D-Y. Are we betting on this thing? Holy cow. Girl in front of me's got $100 on herself. No, Uloa, take 3 steps back. Carlos Uloa, I've seen you run. Take 3 steps back. Ready, go! Here they come, and Carlos Uloa is running like the wind. Holy cow. Stop. Take a look and listen. Uloa overshot the finish line like Orlando Mojica, and now the kid in the white baseball cap wins. Hey, we race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. CanterburyPark.com. God bless everybody, and have a beautiful Sunday. Thank you.